Testing sound, make sure you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Miss Kunkel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Good morning. It's 9 a.m. on January 16th, 2026. We're now on the record. This is an evidentiary hearing in proceeding number 25A-0220G, Public Service Company of Colorado's application for its 2025 to 2030 gas infrastructure plan. I'm Eric Blank, the commission chair. Can my colleagues introduce themselves for the record, starting with Commissioner Gilman?
Good morning, Commissioner Megan Gilman.
Good morning, Commissioner Tom Plant.
Thanks. Public Service.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
My name is Tana Samard Pacheco. I am the lead assistant general counsel for public service. With me today are Tyler Mansholt, also an assistant general counsel for public service, and Liz Brahma from the Taft Law Firm. And we do have a slight echo that we're trying to correct, so apologies for that.
Okay, it's not terrible, so you're all right.
Okay, thank you.
Trial staff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Brian Krakis from the Attorney General's office. With me is my co-counsel, Justin Larson.
Thank you. UCA.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and parties. My name is Tom Dixon. I'm appearing on behalf of the Utility Consumer Advocate. Also appearing with me, the lead attorney is Kate Crampton, as well as Michelle Singer-Nelson. Thank you.
Thank you. CEO.
Morning, commissioners and parties. First Assistant Attorney General Jessica Lowry, representing the Colorado Energy Office. And I would also like to enter the appearance of Assistant Attorney General Gabby Falcon.
Thank you. City and County of Denver.
Morning, Commissioners. Chuck Solomon, representing the City and County of Denver.
Welcome. CC4CA.
Good morning, Sarah Berman representing CC4CA. I'd also like to enter the appearance of my colleagues Sarah Keene and Sarah Judkins.
Thank you. Conservation Advocates.
Good morning, Commissioners and parties. Parks Brosso, attorney with Western Resource Advocates, representing Conservation Advocates. I'd like to enter the appearance of my colleagues Jim Dennison, Michael Hyatt, and Leslie Coleman as well.
Thank you. Colorado Renewable Energy Society.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, and parties. My name is Vincent Calvano. I'm here on behalf of the Colorado Renewable Energy Society, or CRES, and Physicians for Social Responsibility Colorado, or PSR Colorado.
Welcome. Colorado Home Builders. Commission Counsel.
Good morning, Chair Lindsay Dundas of your Commission Counsel. Also on the Zoom with me is Alec Peters, our new Assistant Attorney General.
Welcome. Did I miss anybody? Thank you. We're going to conduct this hearing using electronic exhibits. A spreadsheet marked as Hearing Exhibit 1200 lists the latest versions of the pre-filed testimony and attachments. With that, any objection to the omission of Hearing Exhibit 1200, the spreadsheet listing all exhibits? Ms. Samard Pacheco?
Yes, Chair Blank, just for the record, the company would like to reserve and restate its objection to the admission of Hearing Exhibit 1100, which is the non-unanimous and non-comprehensive joint stipulation, as indicated at the pre-hearing conference. To us, the stipulation appears to be a recitation of stipulating party alignment on various party answer testimony positions. We also don't think this is a written stipulation resolving any fact or matter of substance or procedure that is at issue under Rule 1407. Should the commission continue to decide to enter the stipulation into evidence, the company does not believe that it should be given any probative weight. Aside from that particular exhibit, we do not object to the admission of Hearing Exhibit 1200. I think you said it was 1200.
Yeah, so let's admit 1200. And then we'll see. If there's any objections. Exhibit 1200 is admitted. I think we decided this at the pre-hearing conference. We're going to admit that exhibit in the evidence. and attach the probative weight that's appropriate. And we've been given guidance by Commission Counsel about how to think about that. So I think we're going to admit that. Any other objections to the exhibits on hearing exhibit 1200? All right, those exhibits are omitted. Let's jump to witness excusal. I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 witnesses that aren't on the cross but have commission questions. So Commissioner Gilman, Hennefeld, Seitz, Metler, Brandt, Brown, two Browns, and Kuykendall. Do you still have questions for all 7 of those witnesses?
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure you got them all. Hennefield, Mettler, Brandt, Brown, Stein. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I said it right.
Seitz.
Chang, Sween, Crooks, Brown, second Brown, Kuykendall.
All right, and you have questions for all of them?
As of now, yes, certainly up to Tuesday morning if that changes.
And that's true for Chang, Swain, and Crooks too. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have any additional witness questions that weren't covered, Commissioner Plant?
Additional witness.
I think that covers all your questions too. Is that correct?
Yeah, I may have questions for Brandt, but yeah.
Okay.
I think he is included in that list. So.
Okay. And I
think I didn't mention Sites or Lady, which my notes showed one of the 2 of you reserved.
Did you have questions for Sites, Commissioner Plant?
Right now I still do, but I can update that on Tuesday.
And I have questions for Lady, but he does not need to listen into the hearings. My questions will be standalone, so he's free, and we'll put him on when we can put him on. Mr. Calvano.
Yes, Chair. I was just going to clarify about 2 of my witnesses. One is the other Brown, Brandon Brown, as I didn't hear Commissioner Gilman mention him, and I know you had mentioned potential questions for Singh, and I was just going to see if they are still wanted for questioning.
I think that is Commission Counsel who had questions for Singh. Do you still have that, Ms. Dundas?
As of now, yes, but I can update you on Tuesday.
All right.
Thank you.
And I think the second Brown also had questions. I see Commissioner Gilman shaking her head. Mr. Dixon, did you want to jump in on witnesses?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, Kate Crampton is ill today and will not be cross-examining witnesses that she was prepared to cross, which is another way of saying I will be cross-examining Mr. Piquet and potentially Mr. Gardner, assuming we get that far today. And so I just wanted to alert you to that fact. I also consulted with the company and the staff to see if they would object to me going last in view of my new role. They both indicated they had no objection, so I would request the commission allow me to cross-examine Mr. Piquet and Mr. Gardner last on the list as opposed to next to the last.
And I'm open to pushing you after the commissioners if that helps. I know this isn't your first rodeo, Mr. Dixon.
Yeah, well, and Miss it is not serious, but it's just not convenient. So I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. As you know, I've worked without a net before, and I can do it again.
Mr. Solomon.
Yeah, morning. I just wanted to update the commission that Denver has decided to waive cross of Jones, Murphy, Holder, and Paquet.
Jones,
Murphy?
Holder, and Paquet.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Any other preliminary matters before we jump in, Ms. Samar Pacheco?
Yes, Chair Blank, the company has a few. We have 3 exhibit corrections in our box that we circulated to the parties yesterday. We asked the parties to advise us of any objections. We haven't received anything in response, so we thought it would be best to just admit them as part of preliminaries in the record, given the amount of cross-examination here. Sorry to talk over you. Those exhibits are Hearing Exhibit 101, Attachment JJP1 Rev 4, which is the gas infrastructure plan document. We were alerted that a correction to Table 26 in that document was missed, which we have corrected. And that's the only change there. Also, Hearing Exhibit 116 Rev 1, Jason Paquet's rebuttal testimony, which makes a minor correction on page 44. And Hearing Exhibit 117, Rev 2, Mr. A. Ray Gardner's rebuttal testimony, which makes a correction on pages 47 to 48. So assuming there is still no objection, the company would move for admission of those exhibits at this time.
Is there any objection? So moved.
I would also note, Chair Blank, that we have a few other exhibits the parties have indicated they don't oppose admission of, but we're not quite ready to admit those, so we'll do that at another appropriate time during the course of the hearing.
Yeah, or you can just do it with the appropriate witness too.
Okay, thank you.
Any other preliminary matters? Ms. Lowry?
Hi, thank you. As we discussed at the pre-hearing conference, CEO would like to admit, we said 3 prior decisions under administrative notice, but it turns out 2 of them are already part of another party's testimony. So we just want to admit 1 decision as administrative notice, and it's in our box as Hearing Exhibit 404. And this is decision number C25-0903 in the DSP proceeding, which is proceeding number 24A-0547E. And I did email the parties. I didn't hear any objection, but I didn't hear from all the parties.
Any objection? Hearing none, so admitted. Thank you. Anything else? All right, if the company would like to call its first witness.
Thank you, Chair Blank. Public Service calls Jason Paquet.
Mr. Paquet, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, they're not.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
Back to the company.
Good morning, Mr. Paquet. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jason Paquet, JASON, PEUQUET.
By whom are you employed and what capacity?
I am employed by Public Service Company of Colorado as the Director of Regulatory Administration.
And during the course of this matter, did you submit Hearing Exhibit 101 Rev 1, your direct testimony and attachments, and Hearing Exhibit 114, your supplemental direct testimony and attachments, as well as Hearing Exhibit 116 Rev 1, your rebuttal testimony that was just admitted?
Yes, I did.
The company also notified the commission through a filing on January 6, 2026, that you are sponsoring or co-sponsoring certain portions of Mr. Martz's direct testimony, Hearing Exhibit 102. Do you recall that?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, are you then sponsoring Section 2B of Hearing Exhibit 102 and co-sponsoring Sections 1 and 4 with company witness Grace Jones?
Yes, I am.
In that same notice, the company advised the commission and parties that you are sponsoring or co-sponsoring certain additional portions of Hearing Exhibit 25A-0120G JJP1 Rev 4, the gas infrastructure plan itself. And those are portions that were previously sponsored or co-sponsored by Mr. Martz. For purposes of the record, are you also sponsoring Section 2B of the gas infrastructure plan and co-sponsoring Section 1 with company witness A. Ray Gardner in light of Mr. Martz's unavailability?
Yes, that's all correct.
I don't believe you have any further corrections today to those hearing exhibits. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
As everything I have referenced has already been admitted into the record, Chair Blank, Mr. Paquet is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. CEO, Ms. Lowry, I have 25 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Paquet. Nice to see you.
Good morning, likewise.
I have 3 topics to talk with you about today. The first one is mapping and integrated system planning. The second one is a future GIP rulemaking. And the third one is the service line NPA proposal. So we'll start with mapping and integrated system planning. Do you recall that CEO suggested some additional mapping for the next GIP to further integrate planning between public services, gas and electric utilities, and to enable the commission and parties to better identify potential areas for zonal electrification or gas system decommissioning?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll just give a quick summary of that. The CEO suggested including overlapping electric upgrades approved in the most recent DSP, overlaying electric system capacity on the gas distribution and transmission system, the location of thermal energy networks and gas planning pilot communities, along with overlaying capacity expansion projects on those communities. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And then CEO also suggested adding the location of transport customers and areas that are prime targets for zonal electrification or gas system decommissioning to the ArcGIS maps that the company provided for the first time in this proceeding. Do you recall that too?
I do.
Okay. And then in your rebuttal, you stated that Public Service agreed to some of these mapping requests, but not all of them, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and Public Service agreed to include in the ArcGIS maps the portions of the electric distribution system that overlap with GIP plan projects, along with the available capacity, as well as the locations of the thermal energy network pilots and the gas planning pilot communities, right?
Yes, we agreed to provide some of those elements.
Okay, and the company did not agree to identify areas that are prime targets for zonal electrification, the electric capacity availability on the transmission system, the location of transport customers, or include overlapping electric upgrades approved in the most recent DSP, right?
Yes, for the reasons outlined in my rebuttal testimony. I think it's on page 59.
Great, thank you. Is the company committed to using clean heat resources, including electrification, to reduce emissions on the gas system?
Yes, we're committed to our clean heat plan, if that's your question, Ms. Lauer. We've been well over a year now into our implementation and are pushing on every lever we can.
Great, thank you. Would you agree that part of integrated system planning is determining where to promote electrification on the gas system based partially on availability of capacity on the electric system?
I think that's one consideration. I think there's a lot of other considerations as well.
Okay. And then considering the company's reluctance to provide some of the information and maps that CEO believes would be useful for integrated system planning, I wanted to explore the company's other plans to address integrated system planning. And I know that Ms. Jones might take some of these questions, but I'll ask you just in case you have answers as well. So since the company does not agree to provide mapping information on approved DSP upgrades, does the company have a tool that allows them to look at expected upgrades on the electric side and how they can be used to target NPAs on the gas system?
My understanding of the DSP upgrade projects is that they're not currently in GIS. But if you have more questions on that front, I might refer you to Ms. Jones.
Okay, I'm not really asking about the mapping capabilities at this point, just more about the integrated system tools and whether, maybe there's another tool that's not mapping, but that you would use to determine the best place for DS or for NPAs based on electric system capacity.
I know that electric system capacity and mapping topics related therein was a actively discussed topic in the company's recently concluded DSP proceeding, distribution system plan. I'm not aware of the specifics of that topic, as I did not sponsor that testimony in that proceeding. But I just know that we don't map all those projects in GIS. Of course, we have information about our existing distribution system in GIS, but as it relates to the existing capacity being provided in maps to interested parties, that's a topic from the DSP that I don't know the details of at this moment.
Okay. Does the company use the information that it has on electric system capacity when it's trying to figure out where to target NPAs in a GIP?
That's certainly a factor into the NPA assessment of assessing what are the costs and benefits of doing this NPA in comparison to other alternatives, particularly a traditional gas infrastructure project. But I think Ms. Jones could tell you more details there.
Okay, thank you. So my other question is sort of on the flip side. Does the company have a tool that allows them to show the capacity of the electric system in areas where there's aged pipes or capacity constraints? So looking at areas that you might target in a GIP for NPAs, are you looking at, when you're targeting NPAs for those areas that need new pipes or capacity constraints, are you also looking at electric system capacity in those areas?
So if the question is, do we have a tool that allows for that at the present moment? I'm not aware.
Okay. So you're not aware of any integrated system planning tools that the company uses or is developing for the GIP?
We might not. I'm just not aware. I know
Okay.
our integrated system planning efforts, as we've described in multiple proceedings, are a couple of years in now. We're continuing to build out those planning processes and tools. And so Ms. Jones might be able to tell you more details.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's move on to the scope of a future GIP rulemaking. In your rebuttal testimony, you recommend that the commission open a pre-rulemaking M docket and then a rulemaking proceeding to amend the GIP rules, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you suggest that the pre-rulemaking could address the following topics: the challenge of having new business plan projects subject to GIP approvals, building out a framework for additional incentives to help or avoid reduce some new business work, and identifying parameters for potentially applying targeted NPA suitability screens to DIMP programmatic discrete projects. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I wanted to see if the company would agree to some additional topics in a pre-rulemaking or rulemaking. So the first one is exploring whether NPAs could be suitable or appropriate for other system safety and integrity projects in addition to the DIMP projects.
Happy to talk about that in a pre-rulemaking. I think for the reasons outlined in our rebuttal case, we have concerns about expanding the realm of NPAs more broadly than the topics we flagged within the SSI category. Happy to talk about that in pre-rulemaking to explain those reasons in more detail, but I don't think that's appropriate for a rulemaking.
Okay, thank you. And why would you think it's appropriate for a pre-rulemaking but not a rulemaking?
Because a pre-rulemaking, in my mind, is how we're scoping that ultimate rulemaking. What are the topics folks want to discuss? What are the pros and cons of such? And we kind of get all issues on the table and make our recommendations so that the commission has some basis to scope that eventual rulemaking, which I think is an efficient process for all parties.
Okay, thank you. What about putting in rules that gas utilities should use a marginal project-specific cost for electric capacity rather than using a standard marginal cost for electric capacity across the whole system.
I know Ms. Jones talks about this in her rebuttal testimony, so she'd be better for that topic. And I think we've expressed openness to a few different approaches on this now and in the past, and she can give you more detail.
Great, thank you. And last rulemaking topic, as a way to improve peak demand forecasting, would the company support using the rulemaking or the pre-rulemaking to establish the relationship between temperature and peak demand and the relationship between customer uptake of electrification and peak demand?
Could you say that one more time?
Sure. As a way to improve peak demand forecasting, would the company support using a rulemaking or pre-rulemaking as a way to determine the relationship between temperature and peak demand and the relationship between customer uptake of electrification and peak demand on the gas system?
I think that's a topic of if other parties are interested in that topic. Again, I think it's fine to discuss that among parties in a pre-rulemaking. I don't think that's something we'd support in an actual rulemaking, but happy to provide details if other parties wanted to discuss that in a pre-rulemaking.
Great, thank you. Okay, now on to my last topic, and this is the Conservation Advocates Service Line NPA proposal and CEO's response recommending that includes a thermal service pilot. Do you recall the Conservation Advocates recommendation that Public Service develop a service line NPA program where the company would offer customers that are about to get their service line replaced approximately $6,000 to fully electrify?
Yes, I recall that recommendation.
Okay. And then in your rebuttal, you stated the company agreed to develop that kind of program and that you would include it in your next clean heat plan, which will be filed no later than July 1st, 2026.
That's right. And we even offered to work collaboratively with interested parties on that idea, which is a good one, we all thought. But I don't think it's right for the GIP. I think it's right for that clean heat proceeding.
Great. Thank you. Are you familiar with CEO's cross-answer testimony of Mr. Hay, where he talks about having that service line NPA be a thermal service and electrification pilot?
I'm not aware of the details, but broadly aware of that suggestion.
Okay. So I will just point to hearing exhibit 402, pages 11 to 16. That's where it's described. So first, to start out, for purposes of this discussion, CEO is making a distinction between thermal service and a thermal energy network. And I just wanted to make sure everybody understands the distinction that we're making there, which is thermal energy network, as you know, is a ground source heat pump that's connected underground. Pipes are connected underground through multiple buildings, where thermal service would be everybody has their own individual ground source heat pump, but they're still part of the company's gas system. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, thanks for clarifying.
Okay. Do you remember the key differences between the Conservation Advocates proposal and CEO's proposal?
I do not.
Okay. Would you like to review those pages of Mr. Hayes' cross-answer testimony, or would you be okay with me just telling you what they are?
Happy to review any pages of testimony if you have specific questions.
Sure. So could we bring up hearing exhibit 402, please? Thank you. And the whole discussion is pages 11 to 16, but the pages that talk about the key differences between the Conservation Advocates proposal and CEO's proposal start on page 12. So one of the key differences here is where the Conservation Advocates had suggested that the incentive that the company would provide would be around $6,000 is less than the cost of the new service line extension. And CEO's proposal is that the cost would be equal to the service line extension. Another key difference is that CEO's proposal would be for only ground source heat pumps, where I think Conservation Advocate's proposal would also include any air source heat pumps. And then we can go on to the next page. Another key distinction is that while I believe in both, the customers would be required to disconnect from the gas system to participate in this program. CEO is suggesting that they stay on the gas rate base, and they would be receiving thermal service through the ground source heat pump rebate. And by staying on the gas rate base, then these customers would continue to pay into the gas rate base and help contribute to the cost of the rebates that they are receiving. And then I think if we go on to the next page, CEO is also suggesting that that this would only apply to customers that where one service line is serving one customer, so that by that one customer choosing to participate in the program, the company wouldn't have to replace that service line. Alternatively, if like one service line serves a condominium, everybody in that condominium would have to participate in the program. So truly, to participate in the program would eliminate the need to replace the service line. And then finally,
excuse me, Ms.
Yeah.
Lowry, are you referring to specific portions of the testimony? It feels a bit like you may be providing
Sorry.
some testimony. And
Yes.
it might be helpful to Mr. Paquet if he can see the exact references, since he's not
Yes.
familiar
So
as indicated.
thank you. Yeah, what I just referenced is on lines 7 through 14. And then the last one, if you scroll down, please, that's lines 15 through 19, is suggesting that the company would require customers to have a contract with the company that they agree to disconnect from the gas system after receiving the rebate, since they likely couldn't disconnect from the gas system before receiving the rebate. So maybe you're reading this for the first time, but I wanted to ask whether the company would support this proposal by CEO.
So I would need more time to consider all these program suggestions. I think what I'm hearing is folks have different ideas on how this program could look and how it could be scoped. And I think that just further supports the company's suggestion that we all talk about this collaboratively in the lead up to and within the forthcoming clean heat proceeding later this year, I believe in July.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Paquet. I have no further questions.
Thank you. I have 45 minutes for CC4CA, and it's 9:35.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Paquet. I'm Sarah Berman, representing CC4CA, and I'd like to first focus my questions on non-essential loads. Did you review the answer testimony of CC4CA's witness, Carolyn Elam?
Yes, broadly.
So you're generally familiar with CC4CA's testimony on non-essential uses of gas, which is sometimes referred to as ancillary loads, correct?
Yes, again, at a high level.
Thank you. So to make sure we're using the same definition here, do you agree that non-essential in this context refers to gas service loads that are something other than interior space heating and service water heating, and which may include uses such as residential cooking or outdoor fire pits?
Sure, happy to use that definition.
So these uses of gas have implications in the context of both system design and cost recovery, correct?
Sorry, could you ask that again?
Yes, so non-essential uses of gas, as we just discussed, have implications in both the context of gas system design as well as cost recovery, right?
Yes, any use of gas on our system will have implications for how we design that system as well as how we recover costs from customers, including rate design.
Understood. So relatedly, the company does not currently track data regarding whether gas service requests are for non-essential loads, right?
That's my understanding. I don't believe we'd have a way to differentiate the end uses that customers are using that gas for. It's different from the electric system.
In your rebuttal testimony, you discussed the company's intent to gather more data about whether gas service requests are for non-heating purposes or ancillary loads, correct?
Yes, I believe we're interested in asking customers about how they use or intend to use gas through our electrification first processes. But beyond asking those customers those questions, I don't know how we'd get more granular.
Thank you. Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 116, Mr. Piquet's rebuttal testimony? And let's go to page 39, please. Thank you. So starting at line 5, your rebuttal states that through electrification first, the company will seek to gather more data about non-essential load, correct?
Correct. Yes, as I was explaining a moment ago.
And it goes on to state that gathering and tracking this data for new customer service requests will help build a database upon which future assessments could be conducted on specific system costs associated with the load, correct?
Correct.
We can go ahead and take down this exhibit. Thank you. Mr. Piquet, as I understand it, the company uses an iterative process where it models utilization and peak demand and then validates its models with measured data from its system, correct?
That seems generally right, although Ms. Jones could speak in more detail.
Thank you. And separately, rates are designed based on how certain types of customers use the system so that customers are paying their fair share of the costs that they're causing to occur on the system, correct?
Correct.
In designing rates, the company has an interest in ensuring that one customer group is not greatly subsidizing another group, correct?
Correct.
And cross-subsidization occurs when what a utility collects from a given customer is less than that customer's service costs, and other customers pay in excess of their service costs, right?
Could you say that one more time, please?
Yep, absolutely. So cross-subsidization occurs when what a utility collects from one given customer is less than that customer's service costs, and other customers pay in excess of their service costs. Is that right?
Yes, cross-subsidization could be paying more or less than than the actual cost you're imposing on the system. However, rate design has to make some level of aggregation just for practical realities. But yes, that's a general definition of cross-subsidization.
Understood. Thank you. So costs are recovered from customers through both fixed fees, such as meter charges, and variable fees based on how much gas a customer ends up using, right?
Correct.
And the largest source of costs on the gas system for non-industrial customers is winter heating. Is that right?
Yes, for your typical small commercial or residential customer, yes, it's going to be that heating load that drives the majority of usage, including water.
So if a growing number of customers take gas service for only non-essential uses, there is risk that one group of customers may subsidize other groups of customers, correct?
Your Honor, I'd like to object to this line of questioning. It seems to be outside the scope of the GIP and Mr. Piquet's testimony. This is not a cost allocation or rate design proceeding.
I'm happy to pull up Mr. Piquet's rebuttal testimony. We're going to get to the cost of service study that he discussed in rebuttal.
I'm gonna allow this to keep going.
Okay, Mr. Bakay, in your rebuttal, you stated that the company does not have a data source upon which it can conduct a cost of service study that is tied only to customers that use gas in ancillary manners and for luxury loads, such as to develop a new rate structure or fee for such customers. Is that correct?
That's correct. We can't separate out the patterns of that usage from other general patterns that customers are using gas for.
So, in summary, you're stating that there are no data sources that the company can use to compare a home that uses gas for space and water heating to one that uses electricity for everything except, say, gas cooking, to understand how cost causation and recovery might differ between these different types of customers.
Not as I stand here today, not that the company maintains or is able to access.
Understood. What specific plans does the company have to track and develop this kind of data to support a cost of service study?
As I noted in my rebuttal testimony, we're happy to ask customers questions about this. I think the electrification first approach, where we engage with customers, reaching out and requesting new service or upgraded service, is a good way to understand the use case here. But beyond those customer surveys, it might be challenging to get more granularity here.
Thank you. Can we please pull up Hearing Exhibit 603, Attachment AS21? And we'll go to page 18, please. This is the Commission's decision in the Mountain Energy Project proceeding. Mr. Piquet, are you familiar with this decision?
Yes.
So looking at the first two lines of paragraph 43, the decision states the company may be missing major opportunities to reduce peak system demand by not having a clear understanding of the end uses of the system, correct?
That's what it states.
And scrolling down to the fourth line from the bottom of the page, beginning with as such, the Commission directed the company to undertake immediate outreach to gather data related to snowmelt. And scrolling down to the next page, line 2, recommended the company consider piloting a small number of interval gas meters to identify usage patterns of snowmelt systems correlated with ambient temperature. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Has this work begun?
Not that I'm aware of. I'd encourage you to talk to Mr. Gardner, who'd be more aware of our gas metering capabilities and plans to install such meters.
Okay, thank you. When this work does begin, does the company plan to make this data compatible with the electrification first non-essential load data or information that the company gathers?
Just a comment on definitions here, that this seems to be getting outside of the auxiliary or ancillary use that is being discussed in the GIP. The use of snowmelt systems is, I would say, much more aligned with that space heating or water heating usage, which then becomes not ancillary. These can be quite large loads, if my understanding is correct. So I don't think this is on par with a residential customer having a outdoor fireplace or other small uses for natural gas.
Okay, Mr. Piquet, you're aware that information on what equipment is being installed as part of a construction project is collected through local government permit processes, correct?
Generally, yes.
Do you know if the company plans to use public permit records as part of its data collection and analysis?
I couldn't say.
Can the company commit to tracking non-essential load data in a way that is usable for a cost of service study?
I'm not a pricing and cost allocation expert in this proceeding, so I'm not sure what the company would need to track in order to build a better understanding of these ancillary loads.
Okay. How if another witness is more appropriate to ask this, please point me to that person. But if the company were to track such data, how would it do so?
I would object that this is asked and answered. The witness doesn't have any more familiarity than what he's already testified to.
That sounds right to me, Ms.
I'll move
Berman.
on. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to turn to outreach and community engagement. And while I understand that Mr. Holder's testimony also discusses this, I'd like to briefly discuss the topic based on your direct testimony. We can also pull down this exhibit. Thank you. Mr. Piquet, did you observe the public comment hearing that took place on November 18th?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer to the court reporter's transcript from the November 18th public comment hearing. It's marked as Exhibit 604 in our box, and I'd move the commission to take administrative notice and enter it into the record.
Not yet. Why don't you pull it up first?
Sure. It's marked as 604 in our box. And if we could go to page 10, lines 17 through 18, please. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to flag a couple of the comments that pointed to collaboration with municipalities. So this is one regarding Louisville. We can move to page 17, please, lines 10 through 13. Thank you. Another similar comment about working with local governments. And then lastly, let's go to page 39, please, starting on line 22. Thank you. So just generally, Mr. Piquet, is it fair to say that public commenters from across the state encouraged the company to collaborate with municipalities to meet climate and energy goals?
I would like to object to lack of foundation. Mr. Piquet said he was generally aware of the public comment hearing. Also, it's well established at the commission that public comments are not evidence. And so to the extent that Ms. Berman is going to seek for admission of this transcript, we would object.
Ms. Dundas, can you help me here? I think we should be allowing public comments to be considered, but Ms. Dundas, can you help me?
Thanks, Chair. I think that there was two parts of that objection. To the first part, what Mr. Piquet can answer, I'd suggest, Chair, you rule that he can answer to the extent of his knowledge, and if it's outside the scope of his knowledge, the questioning should end on that topic. To the second part, whether the transcript can come into the record or not, the commission reads and takes as context all public comments and obviously attends and listens to the oral public comments given. They add context to the evidentiary record and are as part of the administrative record, but generally they're not comments made under oath or evidence in that sense, like the rest of the evidentiary record. I don't see a concern with having the transcript in the record, just like we have the public comments in the administrative record. However, the weight you give those comments is obviously dependent on the fact that they are not evidence in the traditional sense.
I'd like the objections overruled. Mr. Piquet, if you could answer the question, that'd be great. And then we'll decide on the request to move it into evidence afterwards when Ms. Berman's done with her questioning on it.
That's fine, thank you. Just one question. Is it fair to say that public commenters from across the state generally encouraged the company to collaborate with municipalities and local governments to meet climate and energy goals?
Based on these three comments, there's clearly a desire for some communities to be engaged actively in planning not only for their gas systems, but for the clean energy transition in general. And of course, the company partners with all of the communities in which we provide service. We meet with them regularly. Mr. Holder can provide many more details there. So that's an active goal that we have within each year and in any given week to be meeting and partnering with our communities.
Thank you.
And I will admit this into the record and just note the qualifications. Ms. Dundas outlined that it's not testimony under oath, and that may influence the probative value. So that, keep going, Ms. Berman.
Chair
Understood.
Blank,
Thank
if
you.
I could also add to that, under Rule 1509A, they're not considered evidence in a proceeding, so we would add that to our objection.
That'd be fine, and if we can make sure that's clear, that'd be great.
Understood. Thank you. We can pull it down.
Chair Blank, actually, I will need Ms. Berman to resubmit the document into her box folder with a header on it with the exhibit number and page numbers.
We'll do that. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Piquet, you also addressed community and customer outreach in your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And those topics were also addressed in section 12A of the GIP, which you sponsored, correct?
Correct.
Can we please pull up hearing exhibit 101, attachment JJP1, starting on page 145? Thank you. Mr. Piquet, are you familiar with the 3 tenets listed of the company's communication plan?
Yes.
And the first tenet states that community outreach should be facilitated as project information becomes more mature, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that the timing of community outreach plays a role in community satisfaction with the company's outreach?
Yes, generally, and I think that goes both ways, right? If we're engaging with a community and we don't have the broad scope of a project well understood, we're not sure about timing, we're not sure about regulatory processes, that I could understand how that might be frustrating for a community if we can't bring more details to bear. And so this first tenet is getting at that fact that as we become more sure about what the project entails and what it does not, we should be getting more and more feedback on that project.
Thank you. And would you agree that when there's a lot of community resistance to a project, this can lead to delays and even potentially cause the company to cancel the project or go back to the drawing board?
You'd have to talk to Mr. Holder about the types of feedback we receive.
Thank you. So generally, would you agree that the timing of outreach presents a sort of chicken and egg problem in which the company argues for waiting for project maturity to conduct outreach while communities advocate for engagement earlier in the maturity cycle so that they can have greater say in the outcomes?
I would disagree that it's a binary option for communities and the company. I think Mr. Holder can provide more details here, of course, but there can be high-level conversations early in the process, and you become more and more detailed as time goes on, as that project information becomes more mature.
Understood. Thank you. We can pull this exhibit down. So local government advocacy for early engagement also relates to forecasting because of factors such as changing building codes, correct?
I'm sorry, could you say that question one more time?
Sure. Local government advocacy for early engagement also relates to forecasting because of factors such as changing building codes, correct?
It could relate to forecasting. I'm not sure the extent to which that's been raised in any of these community conversations to date. So again, you have to talk to Mr. Holder.
Thank you. Mr. Piquet, are you generally familiar with the recommendations made by the Commission in its GIP docket decision?
Yes.
And specifically, are you familiar with the GIP docket's decision, the GIP docket's decision's recommendation that the company could benefit from enhanced coordination with local municipalities?
Generally, yes, but if you're referring to a specific paragraph, it'd be helpful to see it.
Sure, it's hearing exhibit 603, please, attachment AS 20. Page 23, please. And I just point to this statement that local municipalities are often the first to understand upcoming large developments, as well as their timing and details. And also the statement that prior to overlaying broad forecasting assumptions over large geographic areas, the company should ascertain any relevant information from major municipalities about major gas loads that may be emerging or eliminated. Last question on this, Mr. Piquet. Is the company opposed to enhanced coordination between local governments and public service through existing avenues and relationships, such as franchise agreement meetings and area business managers?
We're always interested in community outreach and engagement that serves our community's needs, as well as the company's needs to provide information and details about the projects that are coming up. And so Mr. Holder can talk more detail about what we do or could do in that process.
Thank you. We can pull this exhibit down. Okay. Mr. Piquet, turning to the obligation to serve, in your rebuttal testimony, you discuss how under Colorado law, utilities are obligated to maintain just and reasonable service by extending service to new customers, doing so without discrimination, and providing service on reasonable terms, correct?
That's correct, as outlined in Colorado statutes.
And you agree that Colorado law states that the utility shall promote the safety, health, comfort, and convenience of its patrons, employees, and the public, and as shall in all respects be adequate, efficient, just, and reasonable. Is that right? And we can bring it up if helpful, but that's from your testimony.
Yes, I think
Thank
that's
you.
40-3-101.
Yeah,
If you could bring it up, that would be helpful. Thank you.
sure. It's hearing exhibit 116, page 28.
And Mr. Piquet, please keep your voice up.
Sure, happy to.
And it's footnote 23. Well, lines 3 through 5, as well as footnote 23. That's the statute we're discussing.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Piquet, if someone submitted an application to the company to connect a 4-inch gas service line out in the middle of a field with the customer side of the meter simply open to the outdoors, would the company provide that service, yes or no?
I would need to know more details about the project. You know, we always take an approach of providing service and maintaining our system in the most cost-effective ways possible. If there was an alternative to avoid an extension to our facilities that meets the customer's needs, that's great. We're going to be interested in that. But absent any of those other details, or there's a customer request in our certificated service territory and they don't want any alternatives, then my understanding of the obligation to serve is that, yes, we'd have to provide that service. I will caveat this by saying I'm not a lawyer. That's my understanding of the general regulatory compact in which we operate.
Understood. But you would agree that there is a standard of reasonableness inherent in the statute, correct?
If there's a specific statutory reference you could direct me to, that'd be helpful.
Sure. We can go back to line 5. The last word of that sentence, which cites the statute, is reasonable. So there's a standard of reasonableness inherent in the statute, correct?
I believe that's referring to the company's maintaining its service and facilities. I believe your question characterized that a little differently.
Okay. We can go ahead and pull this down. Mr. Piquet, you responded to the portions of CC4CA's testimony related to the company's obligation to serve, right?
Yes.
And would you agree that the company's obligation to serve is a general requirement to give customers the energy they need for a whole variety of end uses?
I would object to the extent it's calling for a legal conclusion, but he can answer from a regulatory perspective.
So qualified.
I don't recall using the term general, but yes, we have an obligation to provide service as requested by by customers.
Thank you. Can you please pull up from our box a document that is pre-marked as hearing exhibit 605, which is the company's discovery response to CA 1-14? Thank you. Mr. Piquet, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that this document is the company's response to CA 114 in this proceeding?
Yes,
And you sponsor this document, correct?
I do.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to enter hearing exhibit 605 into the record.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
This discovery response asked and discussed whether the obligation to serve necessitates providing a specific fuel source, correct?
Yes, it asked that.
And looking at the first sentence of your response, can you please clarify whether the service aspect of the obligation to serve is tied to a specific fuel or energy source?
Regarding a specific request from a customer for specific fuel, I do not believe the company has the ability to deny that request based on my understanding of the obligation to serve. We've explored other alternatives, informed the customer of the options. The customer still wants to move forward with their preferred service type. I do not believe we can deny that request legally. Again, I'm not a lawyer. It's my understanding of the regulatory compact in which we operate.
Thank you. We can take this down, please. And can we please pull up hearing exhibit 1100, the joint stipulation? And we'll go to page 14, please. Mr. Piquet, are you familiar with this stipulation that 5 interveners in this proceeding filed?
Yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to the 2nd and 5th recommendations in section 15, and I'll give you a minute to review.
Okay, I've reviewed.
Thank you. If a customer's requested end use is fuel agnostic and can be met in a just and reasonable way, is the company open to meeting its obligation to serve in ways that are not specific to a particular fuel?
I would object to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion and is an incomplete hypothetical.
So noted.
We can move to the next question. Mr. Piquet, is the company opening to accomplishing its just and reasonable service obligation through thermal energy networks or other non-pipeline alternatives if they can equivalently meet customer needs?
This is one of the primary goals behind the company's electrification first initiative. We're trying to work with our customers and communities to serve their needs in the ways that best align with the state's climate goals and the company's own climate goals. And so if there's interest in taking advantage of incentives that we offer to electrify, if there's interest in being part of some of the pilots we have on the thermal energy network front, we're open to exploring any and all of those solutions with that customer and or community.
Thank you. We can pull down this exhibit. In your rebuttal testimony, you stated that the options outlined by the company in this and in other proceedings to evolve its approach to supporting the programs in the CHP, Electrification First, and other initiatives are better alternatives to CC4CA's requests for the Commission to make legal rulings on the obligation to serve. Can you elaborate on how these programs are better alternatives for the Commission to interpret the obligation to serve?
What's important to us is that customers are the driving decider behind the energy services that they need. I see the company's role as providing as much information and education as possible on what the solutions are. Of course, customers and communities can come with their own ideas on solutions, and that's great. We don't have a monopoly on good ideas. We want to partner with everyone to serve their energy needs.
Would the company be willing to address the commission's interpretation of obligation to serve in the proposed pre-rulemaking and rulemaking?
I would object on this on the grounds this calls for a legal conclusion and it's a legal issue.
I think we can clarify that Mr. Piquet is not a lawyer and he's not providing legal advice, and we don't have to object to every question. It's just answer as best you can with who you are, Mr. Piquet, and we'll keep going. So, Ms. Berman,
Thank you.
if you
Ms.
want to
Piquet,
maybe repeat the question.
Thank you.
Would the company be willing to address the commission's interpretation of obligation to serve in the proposed pre-rulemaking or rulemaking?
I think that's more of a legal issue. I don't think that's relevant for a rulemaking. Thus, I don't think it's appropriate for a pre-rulemaking.
Okay, I'd like to go back to hearing exhibit 1100, please, the joint stipulation. Page 10, please. And I'd like to draw your attention to section 9, number 2, in which stipulating parties suggest the following topics for the rulemaking. And those include NPA requirements, NPA analysis of and requirements for SSI projects, modifying the reporting threshold for projects, design day, obligation to serve, and eligible NPA resources. Is the company opposed to addressing all of those topics in the pre-rulemaking or rulemaking?
Not all of them. As I've said, the company is interested in talking about how NPAs can be applied to certain categories of SSI topics. We've also raised the challenge with NPAs for new business requests and new business being part of the GIP approval process. I would not agree to some of these additions, though.
So for the topics that the company would like to exclude from the rulemaking, would you agree those issues are likely to be relitigated in future GIPs if no changes to the rules are made?
They would not have to be relitigated in future GIPs.
We're done with this exhibit, thank you. So turning briefly to the timing of the pre-rulemaking and rulemaking proceeding proposal that the company outlined in your rebuttal, given that a pre-rulemaking or M-docket proceeding as well as a full rulemaking proceeding is quite a lengthy process, does the company believe that these proceedings would happen in time for any outcomes to be implemented in the next GIP?
They could be completed in time. I think there's other tools available to the commission as well. We could adjust the timing of the next GIP to allow the conclusion of these processes, or there might be other ideas. I think the commission has the ability to waive a requirement in its own rules.
What options, aside from adjusting the timing of the next GIP for provisional guidance, is the company open to?
All the parties could agree to a timely process for both the pre-rulemaking and the actual rulemaking. We can move quickly if we all agree to do so.
Last question on this topic. In thinking about the company's process for developing forecasts and related plans, when would changes to such processes need to be in place to be able to inform the forecast for the next GIP?
That's a question better for Ms. Jones in terms of gas system planning and Mr. Goodenough on our load and customer forecasting.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Piquet, no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Berman. It is 10:10, and I have 90 minutes for Conservation Coalition, Mr. Barroso, and we'll maybe take a break halfway through. So if you have a good breaking point, that'd be great, Mr. Barroso.
Chair, before we move on, would you mind if I mention something?
No.
Sorry to do this, but I'd just like to clarify my earlier comments on the ruling of hearing exhibit 604. I was trying to emphasize that the public comment transcripts are helpful to the administrative record, but I just looked on e-filings and we do already have that transcript as part of the administrative record. So as such, I don't see any need to enter that as an exhibit into the evidentiary record as well. But since we've already moved on, maybe it's best to just reflect that with these comments.
Okay, so noted. Thanks, Ms. Dundas.
And then just for clarity for the parties, if they want to reference that public comment hearing transcript in future questioning, we could still use that exhibit 604 that's been marked since it's easily available, but again, not part of the evidentiary record pursuant to Rule 1507 or 1509.
Okay, so appreciate it. Mr. Barroso, now 10:11. If you could find a natural breaking point about halfway through, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I expect to use significantly less than our full 90 minutes. And so to the extent possible, would aim to complete all of my cross in one go, but understand if we need to take a break.
Nope, that'd be great. Thanks, you're up.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Piquet.
Good morning.
We've met before, but for the record, my name is Parks Barroso, and I'm representing conservation advocates in this proceeding. For the commission staff who are driving, I'm not sure who that is today. I plan to be referencing hearing exhibit 101, attachment JJP1, the GIP plan, hearing exhibit 116, and hearing exhibit 114, attachment JJP2. So, Mr. Piquet, I'd like to start our discussion at a high level on the scope of the company's case in this GIP. You state in rebuttal that the Commission's GIP rules are what establish both the process and the scope of review for Public Services 2025 GIP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that point, in your direct testimony, you had attached a GIP compliance matrix where you identify where the company has demonstrated compliance with each applicable Commission GIP rule.
Yes, and I believe we also included as part of that attachment directives coming from the GIP M dockets, from the interim GIP as well as some follow-on M dockets from there.
That's correct, thank you. And so just narrowing in on one of those rules, Rule 4553B Roman 1, that requires the company to incorporate approved clean heat resources into its forecasts. Is that correct?
I'll take your word for it. I don't have the rules in front of me to confirm.
We can go ahead and pull up those rules. That's hearing exhibit 101, attachment JJP1, appendix 1. Thank you. And could we scroll to page 5, please? So, Mr. Piquet, do you see the rule that we were just discussing in the bottom row of this table?
Yes, I see it. I'm just reading it quickly.
Please take your time.
Okay.
And so, as we were discussing, this rule requires the company's forecasts to incorporate the utility's approved portfolio of clean heat resources. Is that correct?
Yes.
But for each of the forecasts that the company presented, apart from the clean heat plan aligned forecast, the approved portfolio of clean heat resources were not included. Is that also correct?
I'll direct you to Mr. Goodenough on that question.
I understand, McKay, and we're we're just looking to, Mr. Piquet, we're looking to stay at a high level here. This is something that you discuss also at a high level in your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, in general compliance with our GIP rules is what the company achieved in filing this GIP. So I would disagree with the characterization that we are not abiding by this rule.
The company's forecasts, apart from the clean heat plan aligned forecast, do not include the approved portfolio of clean heat resources. Is that correct?
I don't think that's correct. I think that's built into our forecast, both on the system peak demand coming from Ms. Jones, as well as how that influences throughput and customer counts that Mr. Goodenough could speak more about.
Let's go over to the GIP plan if we could. That's hearing exhibit 101, attachment JJP1, and looking at page 41, I believe. And so scrolling down below that figure, Mr. Piquet, the GIP plan here describes how the company's forecasts do not include the approved clean heat plan portfolio apart from the clean heat plan aligned forecast.
I don't
Is that
see
your understanding?
No, I would disagree. I don't see where it says we're not complying with a specific directive.
And I'm not trying to trip you up on the compliance with directive. I'm just trying to understand how the approved clean heat plan portfolio was or was not reflected in each forecast.
My understanding is that that's kind of built into system peak demands, system customer counts, forecast for throughput. I think it's part and parcel of these forecasts. But again, Ms. Jones and Mr. Goodenough can tell you more.
Maybe just one more question here, and then Mr. Chair, we had not reserved time for Mr. Goodenough under the understanding that these were questions Mr. Piquet could readily answer. Hearing that he might prefer that we direct these to Mr. Goodenough, I'd request that we be able to have some time with him.
Yeah, of course, especially if you can save time off your 90 minutes here.
Understood. Thank you. All right, Mr. Piquet, let's move on to the company's rate forecast model, and we can pull this exhibit down and switch to attachment JJP2, please. And while that's being pulled up, Mr. Piquet, you sponsored the company's rate forecast model in your supplemental testimony, correct?
I do.
I'm sorry, did you want the executable or the PDF of JJP2?
Let's go with the PDF, please. That's what I have the page number for.
Sure.
Thank you. If we could please scroll to page 3. So, Mr. Piquet, I assume you're quite familiar with this spreadsheet. Just to begin here, is it correct that your rate forecast model shows gas rate base increasing from 4.7 billion in 2025 to roughly 7.5 billion in 2040?
Correct. Yeah, shown there in the average rate baseline.
Thank you. And so I'd like to just compare that base rate increase to the company's customer count and retail sales forecasts. And sorry for the switching back and forth, but could we please go back to hearing exhibit 101, attachment JJP1 at page 46? And so, Mr. Piquet, as we just covered, the company expects gas rate base to increase steadily from 2025 to 2040. At the same time, looking at table 11 here, the customer count and retail sales forecasts reflect an assumption that retail sales and customer growth will be slowing compared to historic levels.
I agree on the retail sales side, regardless of which forecast is chosen, we see retail sales declining as a result of our energy or gas efficiency and electrification efforts. The customer growth, however, varies depending on the forecast used. We're using the base forecast as underpinning this GIP, as well as underpinning the long-term rate forecast. So just with that added nuance.
Thanks for that clarification. As compared to historic growth rates, would you agree that each forecast of customer growth predicts a slower level of growth?
Yes, that's correct. We're not expecting customer formation to be as robust as it has been in the past, and same with sales growth. That's correct. And I think the really interesting finding from the long-term rate forecast is that despite all these interrelated factors moving forward, rates still stay affordable. From the residential side, we're showing only I believe 3.6% average increase over the upcoming 15 years, despite slower customer growth and declining sales.
And so, Mr. McKay, is it fair to say that, given what we were just talking through, that over the next 15 years, the company's anticipating adding nearly $3 billion to its rate base at the same time that system sales and utilization will be shrinking?
2.5 or 3 billion, somewhere in that range. I can't recall the exact numbers, but yes, that sounds generally correct.
And so, in your opinion, should the commission be concerned about that disconnect between a substantial steady growth and rate base on the one hand and shrinking retail sales on the other?
No, for a variety of reasons. I think there's a lot of time between now and then for the company, the commission, all interested parties to continue to touch base on these trends. What investments do we need? How can we best support customer electrification while also creating a safe and reliable gas system that underpins the demand or the fuel or energy services that customers still need? And so I think there's lots of opportunity to continue to refine, continue to touch base, and adapt rather these plans moving forward, over the next 20 years, as well as all the way leading up to 2050.
So just to be clear on your position, do you think there's no reason for concern about a plan to add $3 billion to rate base at the same time that retail sales will be shrinking over the next 15 years?
I think it's important to consider all that in a broader context. Just saying the number 3 billion makes it sound like a large amount. You can see that's not even a doubling of our system. That's roughly a 50% increase. Just doing some quick math over the next 15 or so years. You compare that to what we're doing on the electric side, and it's just
sorry, Mr. Piquet, just I've got some limited time with you, and so just looking for an answer to my question specifically.
Could you restate your question then?
Sure. I was just asking for your confirmation that you think there is no reason for concern about that general trend we've been discussing.
I think it's important to view this, the growth in rate base specifically, which is the basis of your question, in a broader context of the energy transition. I don't think that single number should be concerning in light of these broader considerations that I was starting to talk about.
Thank you. Let's shift now to a related topic, which is the company's rebuttal position on cost recovery and a presumption of prudence. So you addressed this in your rebuttal, Mr. Piquet. Is it accurate that the company is now requesting a presumption of prudence for planned projects that have capital spending during the 2025 to 2027 action period?
That's
for
correct.
the two CPCN projects.
Correct. I believe that equates to about 38 planned projects instead of the 62 initially put forward in the GIP.
And thank you for clarifying. That was my next question. And could you point me to how that affects the total expenditure level, not just on a project number basis?
Yes, there's a table in the GIP. I think it's in the overview section that summarizes the number of projects in each period. And there should be a corresponding table for the capital expenditures associated with action period projects and informational period projects.
I have a table written down. Let's see if it's the one that you're thinking of. If we could go to JJP1, I'm looking at page 24, table 4.
Looks like on the Rev 4 version of that, it's on page 23.
Oh, thank you. There are a lot of revisions.
We try to be accurate. Yes, this one. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And so by my lawyer math, Mr. Piquet, we're still looking at roughly 391 million in projects across the action period. Does that seem accurate to you?
And to get to that number, you're summing those green totals at the bottom?
That's correct.
Then yes, I'll take your word that that's the rough order of magnitude there.
And Mr. Piquet, I think you discussed this with council earlier, but you participated in the M docket that preceded this GIP concerning GIP forecasting, mapping, and cost benefit.
Yes.
And so you're aware that in its decision in that proceeding, the commission found that it is not acceptable to base highly impactful forecasting and hundreds of millions of dollars in capital additions for the gas system on broad generalizations and ultra-conservative models. Do you recall that language from the decision?
I don't recall that language specifically, but happy to look at a paragraph if you've got this specific reference.
We can move on. Just the last question here in this line. Is it still the company's position that it is requesting a presumption of prudence for, I think we just discussed, $390 million in planned project related expenses for budgets that were developed without a clean heat plan approved portfolio forecast?
I would agree to the first part of your statement that we're requesting a presumption of prudence on those 38 planned projects in the action period, inclusive of the CPCNs. As to the forecast and what they include or not include, based on our earlier conversation, again, I'll refer you to Ms. Jones and Mr. Goodenough.
And let's move on, Mr. Piquet, to new business and understand again that this is an issue that a few of your colleagues discussed, so I'd like to stay at a high level here. But I have a few questions regarding the company's philosophy on new business projects as it's presented in your rebuttal testimony. And so just to make sure that we've got a shared understanding, would you agree with me that new business projects are a significant driver of system expansion and capital additions?
They're a driver for system expansion. I agree with that. In terms of the capital additions, I don't think they're significant, but they're a non-zero number. So of course they contribute to the gas system CapEx being discussed in this proceeding. But again, they're not a majority driver. Most of our investment in the gas system is for system safety and reliability.
I agree. And in your testimony and direct testimony, you'd stated that including forecasted new business projects within this GIP provides an expanded view of discrete projects. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And you went on to state that the regulatory environment for new business projects continues to evolve and that new policies may be forthcoming that will likely have a different or additional impacts on future capital projects and expenditures.
That's correct. And I was probably referring to the recent changes in the company's gas line extension policies, which are also subject to parallel proceeding in the company's gas rate case.
And in your direct testimony, you did not state that you viewed new business projects as incompatible with GIP rules. Is that correct?
Yes, I did not talk about this issue in my direct case.
However, in rebuttal, your testimony is that the company's view is now that the GIP paradigm simply does not work for new business plan projects.
That's correct. The company's continuing to.
Thank you. And Mr. Piquet, just a few more questions here. So the company's preference, as expressed in rebuttal, is for the utility to provide information and costs associated with new business investments. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
The company's preference is that it would be providing information and costs, but not seeking commission approval related to any new business plan project or investment.
I think this will be scoped in any subsequent pre-rulemaking and rulemaking. It's our, as expressed in my rebuttal testimony, we're showing that this paradigm simply doesn't work for these new business projects. It impacts, it has implications for the MPA requirements associated with them. It has very big impacts on the timelines associated with these projects. We think there are better alternatives.
And just making sure that I have an understanding of what the company's preference would be, whether it's through rulemaking or some follow-on proceeding. Under the company's preference, it would have no obligation to present new business projects as planned projects, no obligation to evaluate, rank, or pursue MPAs for those projects, and no requirement for commission review or approval of those new business projects.
What I'm focusing on in my rebuttal testimony is that a pre-approval piece for new business projects. I think it's still important to make parties and the commission aware of what those new business plan projects are. So I think that can better be scoped in follow-on proceedings.
One final topic for you, Mr. Piquet. Wanted to confirm the company's position on a miscellaneous docket as it relates to transport or transportation customers. And this was something I believe you addressed in rebuttal, but just for clarity of the record, is it the company's position that you are supportive of a recommendation to support the commission opening a miscellaneous docket to address transport customers and their role in the gas distribution system?
Yes, we continue to support that. I believe that was one of the outcomes from the company's clean heat proceeding, and we continue to think that'd be a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Piquet. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That was only 20 minutes, so you have plenty of time with Mr. Goodenough, Mr. Brasso. Let's take Mr. Crakes. Did you have something? But I was going to take a break.
Oh, no, I'm just up next, so I was turning my camera on, but happy to take a break if you'd like, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, let's take a break to 10:45, and we'll come back to staff, who has 45 minutes reserved. Thanks. All right. Mr. Crakes, it is 10:45 and I have 45 minutes for staff. You're up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for your information, I expect to use a small portion of that 45 minutes.
That'll work. Thanks.
So, Mr. Piquet, just for the record, we have known each other for quite a while now. And in fact, we used to work together when you were with trial staff. So I'll try to stick to decorum and not call you by your first name, but please forgive me if I slip up. I just have a few questions for you. First, at sort of a high level, you talked in your rebuttal testimony about the scope of this GIP proceeding. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that PSCO's position is that this proceeding is largely concerned with determining the need for and potential alternatives to capital investments in the company's gas system?
Yes, and even more specifically, these 62 planned projects, inclusive
Yes.
of the 2 CPCNs.
So by capital investments, you mean, and planned projects, you mean gas infrastructure projects, correct?
Correct.
Now, the company earns a rate of return on capital investments that it makes in gas infrastructure projects, correct?
Once those projects are included in the cost of service that are charged to and reflected in customer rates, that's correct.
Is it fair to say then that the more capital projects the commission, or the more capital investment and more capital projects the commission permits the company to build and make, the more money PSCO earns then, correct?
Yes, earnings increase as rate base increases.
So would you call that an incentive to build more gas infrastructure?
I would disagree that's an incentive simply on its own. It's an incentive that the company has natural incentives to provide service that's safe and reliable to customers. The company earns a rate of return and is a company because it's allowed to recoup that earnings amount on its rate base. So it has,
but to be clear,
service.
You're not a nonprofit. You're not doing this for your health. The more you get to build, the more money you make, correct?
That is correct.
Now, I'd also like to just talk briefly about two proposals that were made by staff, which you addressed in your rebuttal testimony. First, you note in your rebuttal testimony that staff witness Dipu made a recommendation that the commission should approve a differentiated rate of return under which new gas infrastructure projects would receive a lower return. Do you remember that recommendation?
Yes.
Was it your position in your rebuttal testimony that the commission should defer consideration of that recommendation until the company's next gas rate case?
That's correct.
So is it your position that the commission should approve spending on capital projects in this proceeding without actually knowing what the rate of return for those projects will be?
I don't see how the commission could know what the rate of return is before setting that in a gas rate case proceeding.
Well, without knowing whether they'll be subject to a differentiated rate. Like you're asking them to approve the projects now, but deal with what the rate of return will be later. Is that correct?
Yes, that is inherent to this new GIP framework that we have. This used to all be part of gas rate cases where you'd review projects and also assess rate of return at the same time. We still do that, but what the GIP allows is much more information on projects in advance, before they show up in a rate case.
But if the commission were to address that recommendation in this GIP proceeding, they would know both the rate of return and which project should be built now, correct?
In theory, they would know that, but it's not appropriate for this proceeding.
Well, I understand it's your position that it's not appropriate for this proceeding. You understand it's staff's position that they should do it, correct?
No, that's not my understanding. I believe staff has clarified that they think this should be kicked to a gas rate case proceeding.
Okay. Now, my last set of questions for you is if we could pull up, Mr. Piquet's rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 116 at page 55. And just looking at starting at line 8, you state, lastly, with respect to trial staff's recommendation related to capping investments in SSI projects. Now, SSI is safety and system integrity, right?
Yes.
So continuing the quote, with excess costs deferred and amortized, there is no justification for arbitrarily capping prudent SSI investment, and particularly before that investment is made. Have I read that portion of your testimony correctly?
Yes.
And in the next sentence, you express shock that staff would advocate for such an approach at all. Am I correct about that?
Yes, because it would have implications for system safety and reliability.
So I want to make sure you understand staff's recommendation here. If we could please pull up the answer testimony of staff witness Dipu, which is hearing exhibit 900, and go to page 40. So looking at lines 8 to 12 on this page, staff witness Dipu states, in this option, staff proposes that the rate impact with cost recovery mechanisms for safety and system integrity investments be capped at an annual rate of inflation, and any excess costs beyond the capped cost recovery mechanism be deferred and amortized over a subsequent period. Would you agree that I've read that correctly?
Yes.
So based on this passage, does it appear to you that staff is advocating for capping SSI spending itself, as you say in your rebuttal testimony? Or does it appear to you that staff is simply advocating capping the yearly rate impact of that spending?
Well, the details are not clear to me at all. If staff is recommending that those SSI investments be capped at the annual rate of inflation, additional amounts are deferred and addressed subsequently. And if there were some amortization period of those, any SSI investments above that cap, presumably that would add to that caps. And then we're talking about a rate impact that's higher than the rate of inflation. So I'm just very confused by the whole framework here, and I would need more detail.
So you don't understand what it means when it says proposes that the rate impact of cost recovery mechanisms for safety and system integrity investments be capped at an annual rate of inflation, and any excess costs beyond the capped cost recovery mechanism be deferred and amortized over a subsequent period. You don't understand that to mean you're allowed to spend more than the rate of inflation, but you don't get to recover it until later when it's amortized?
I understand the words on the page. I don't know how this would be implemented. There's a lot of versions and a lot of details that are not here. And we also have concerns about the concept in general.
And to be clear, that's not what I've asked. Your rebuttal testimony does not include the words rate impact, correct? When you're talking about this, you characterize it as capping the spending itself.
Honestly, I don't remember the exact phrase I use.
Okay, well, we've read it into the record, so I believe it's in the record. You would agree that staff witness Dipu uses the words rate impact here, correct?
Yes, he says that on the first line.
Okay, thank you for your time, Mr. Piquet. I have no further questions for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon, do you want to go now, or would you prefer to see the commissioners go first? I think I'll check with my colleagues, but I'm good either way. Mr.
I'm
Dixon?
certainly willing to let the commission go first. I don't want to have an unfair advantage that the other parties didn't get, however, so I do point that out.
Ms. Samar Pacheco, thoughts? Are you okay with Mr. Dixon going after commissioners, or would you like to see him go now?
If it's his preference to wait, given the circumstances, we don't have any objection to that.
Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plant, any concerns with that?
No.
Commissioner Gilman, I think we got here more quickly than at least I suspected. Are you ready to go? And do you have an estimate of how much questioning you have for Mr. Piquet?
I am ready to go, as ready as I'll ever be, and maybe 15 minutes, but I'm epically bad at estimating.
All right. I know we changed our order, but I think in this case, if you don't mind going first, that'd be great.
Sure, no worries. Good morning, Mr. Piquet.
Good morning.
I just have a few initial questions for you on the rate model and some assumptions made there. In the rate model that you submitted, you increased SSI spending in a proportional manner to the increase in annual customer counts based on the base forecast. Does that sound familiar?
That's correct.
And I was just curious why that's the most accurate modeling to kind of proportion SSI spending off of customer count particularly.
It's a good question, and honestly, it's something that we struggled with a bit. I will openly admit that there's various assumptions that could make, a lot of which are probably are reasonable. We took that approach because the way we think about system safety and integrity spending is it's kind of a function of how big of a system do you have. And so if there are customers being added to the system or net customer reductions, that was an okay proxy to say, is this system growing or is it declining? And the size of the system, as far as I understand, is kind of what drives a lot of our SSI work.
Okay. And then if the system size is declining, I guess the premise for declining SSI would be that there is retirement of projects that otherwise would have had SSI work coming to them. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
If we're seeing those customers, we could
Okay.
reduce.
Another item from the rate model, the defined programmatic expense for meters for new business. I believe meters are split into new business and then the sampling and replacement. So specific to new business, in your rate model, that's reduced to 0 by 2033 with 25% annual reductions starting in 2029. Does that sound accurate?
That is, yes, I believe our capacity expansion bucket also follows a similar trajectory.
Okay. I was curious with respect specifically to meters for new business, especially given I don't know how you consider recent, but within the last several years, changes to the company's line extension policy, which now has customers, from my understanding, taking the full cost responsibility for meters for new business. I'm curious what the capital expenditures in the interim then until we go to 0 in 2033 represent and how that comports with the line extension policy.
I'd imagine in that category that if it's not 0 in the near term, that there's other buckets of spending there. It might be broader than, I'd have to look at the model, Commissioner, but it might be broader than just the new business meters. It might be some of that new business work generally.
Is there another witness that would understand more particularly what goes into the defined programmatic expense of meters for new business?
I don't think so. Either me or Ray Gardner, I would say, could tell you the details of what.
I would guide you to Mr. Kanoy, Commissioner.
Oh, even better.
Okay. Okay. And then the base forecast is used for the rate model, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just to clarify, the base forecast doesn't include any impacts of the clean heat plan, either the company's proposed or what was eventually approved clean heat plan going forward.
I don't know if it's accurate to say that it doesn't include any impact. I think it includes electrification trends that we've been seeing already. We're a year or so into the clean heat plan. I know these forecasts were developed earlier in the year, so there might be some of that electrification showing up. But Mr. Goodenough could tell you far more.
Okay. To my understanding, the base forecast includes some market electrification, which is intended to represent electrification that happens absent company subsidies or and that only the lower forecasts include any specific influence of the clean heat plan. Does that sound like anything you're aware of?
Mr. Goodenough could tell you those details. I don't want to send you astray.
Okay. Want to talk briefly about the presumption of prudence request. So the company changed their recommendation on rebuttal to now only seek a presumption of prudence for projects in the action period, which is 2025 to 2027. So I'd like to better understand what the company envisions here, especially considering that many projects may include expenditures over multiple years. So is it your request that the presumption of prudence includes just expenditures for projects that occur in 2025 to 2027, or all future expenditures for any project initiated between 2025 and 2027?
It's the latter, Commissioner. It would be a presumption of prudence for those projects that have meaningful capital expenditures in the action period. So those 38 planned projects that would be kicking off during that time frame. And you're right, some of those projects would have capital expenditures bleeding out into future periods, but we'd be seeking a presumption for the entire project.
Okay, is there a definition of the word meaningful as you used it there?
I think meaningful meaning it has capital expenditures greater than the planned project threshold of $3 million in 2020 over the life of the project, and that project kicking off in the action period.
Okay, so for any project with an estimated total expenditure of $3 million or more that expends any money in 2025 to 2027. Is that fair?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Do you have a list of the projects that the company now anticipates kind of fall in this bucket as revised by your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it's those 38 projects. I know we have tables in the GIP summarizing those in terms of which specific projects those 38 are. I think Mr. Gardner could direct you to more specific lists.
Okay, gotcha. Now, in your rebuttal testimony, you also request specific NPA cost recovery treatment. Is that accurate? Or request the commission to set NPA cost recovery parameters?
That's correct.
But the company hasn't proposed any NPA for this GIP, correct?
That's correct. Not new ones.
Okay. So is your vision there? I'm trying to figure out why it's being brought up by the company if there are no NPA projects that you intend to litigate here. So are you looking for cost recovery of existing NPA projects under that framework? This is something you're just trying to set up for the future. Help me understand the use of setting those parameters.
So I think the new the primarily new proposal we're making in this proceeding on the cost recovery deals with NPA projects that are less than that planned project threshold. Because right now we don't have a paradigm to address those. And so what we're arguing in our direct case or proposing, this is in Mr. Murphy's testimony, I believe, is to say we want to do NPAs for smaller projects. We think the existing DSMCA approach for NPA cost recovery is reasonable for this. We can rely on other existing processes for 60, 90-day notices to make parties aware of what we intend to do, but we don't want the size of the project to be an issue in our ability to move forward expeditiously on an MPA and have associated costs of recovery thereof. So Mr. Murphy has those details in his testimony.
Okay, that's helpful, but just from like the policy context, just to confirm what I heard, it sounds like the company sees promise in the potential for some smaller NPAs and want to kind of set up an apparatus to do so in the interim, so that you could pursue those if those look reasonable.
That's correct.
Okay. I believe in your rebuttal, you recommend working with the conservation advocates to bring forward a service line NPA program in the 2026 CHP, which will come in July of this year. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
I was just curious, what do you envision to be the scope of that in terms of service lines? Would that be focused only on customer-owned yard lines? Would that include the routines that I know the company includes as a line item for replacement of service lines that apparently are not company or customer-owned yard lines?
That's a good question. I can't say we've built out the details of that yet. I think what we're saying in our rebuttal case is, hey, that's an interesting idea. And I know from some of the earlier cross-examination with CEO's counsel that CEO has some additional ideas there. I think we're just flagging it as worthy of discussion, worthy of building out a proposal, and the clean heat proceeding can flesh out those details in total. I think Mr. Murphy might have some additional ideas too.
Okay, got it. And then just trying to think it through if this is I know the company has been critical of other parties for bringing up issues that belong in another proceeding. So I'm trying to wrap my mind around addressing specifically NPA issues in the Clean Heat Plan.
To the company, it seems like an offering to promote electrification, right? Because if we have to replace that service lateral, it's a good opportunity to talk about other energy options that customer might be interested in. So you're right, it could be an MPA in some senses, but it could also be a programmatic offering that's better suited for exploration in that more comprehensive customer programs filing this summer.
Okay. And one of the reasons I think you say it's a good opportunity is because otherwise the company and really the gas system at large had some significant capital expense coming with regard to keeping that customer connected, basically, right?
Correct. It's a good opportunity to reduce emissions and to reduce CapEx.
Okay. Curious with regard to the customer-owned yard lines, but more specifically the programmatic expense routine of replacing service lines. How far in advance does the company normally identify the targeted service lines to be replaced in a certain calendar year?
That's a good question. Mr. Gardner could give you more details there, or
Okay.
refer you to a better witness.
Okay. Wanted to ask just briefly about the status of the Denver data sharing pilot. And I believe this is a pilot intended to really help improve communications between the company and an example, large municipality, especially around forecasting moving forward. Is that a fair characterization of like the high level situation?
Yes.
So I just wanted to see if you could share with me if there are any stated objectives and a planned timeline for that work, specifically with Denver and that pilot.
I've participated in a few of those conversations. I know that they're ongoing. I know, however, that Mr. Goodenough and his team are much closer to those conversations. So he might be able to give you the latest lay of the land there and where we stand. But we're looking forward to working collaboratively with them and other municipalities and seeing where this goes.
Okay. He'd be the best, even including the expected timeline of the progress and results of that effort.
Yes.
Okay. So I know in reading your rebuttal testimony, it seems as though the company's perspective on informational period, which is kind of the further out several years in your plan. I guess to paraphrase what I'm seeing in your testimony, the company does not necessarily see those projects as open for comment in this proceeding by parties. So I'm trying to square that with my understanding that to actually see kind of cost-effective avoidance of natural gas infrastructure projects, we've heard from the company even in the past that you likely need to be working on MPAs several years in advance of a project, and probably the longer runway, the better chance to get that implemented in an effective way. So I'm just trying to kind of align these two concepts. I think the perspective, at least I was reading in your rebuttal, and then what I feel like is this actual planning period we would need to execute effective NPAs that likely would fall in the informational period. So I don't know if you have any thoughts or comments on at least that friction that I believe I'm picking up on.
Yeah, that's a good question. Mr. Gardner and Ms. Jones could tell you more about our forecasting timelines for the system as well as for specific projects. I think the challenge is that doesn't go much beyond that 5-year period. And so, that's why we brought forward these planned projects in our initial or direct filing here, all 62 projects. I know based on feedback from the parties, we've narrowed that a bit here to just the projects coming up in the next few years. But I think there's in the company's view, there's still a lot of benefit to thinking about those informational period projects, because you're right. The more time we have on things, generally, the better. To the extent to which we might be sacrificing some opportunities to pursue cost-effective MPAs, that's a fair question. I would direct you to Ms. Jones and how we think about that from a gas planning perspective.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm just trying to, I appreciate you acknowledging that, the further out we see these potential NPAs coming, the more likelihood of success, which I've heard kind of across the board, not just from the company, from almost everyone involved, that's the general premise. But it does seem to me, the company's perspective, that they do not want parties commenting on things in the informational period, which seems to me to somewhat foreclose some of that.
I don't think we characterize it as we're not interested in comment on those projects. Our direct case put forward, what is that, an additional 24 projects outside of the action period, right? Those informational period projects. And we're seeking presumptions and prudences around those in our direct case. Of course, we revised that. And, we screened all those for MPA suitability, if it was appropriate to do so. And so the company's initial approach in this proceeding was not to limit it. I think we've limited it based on the feedback we've received from parties.
Okay. I have a similar question to what I asked before with regard to routines that the company will do in a certain year. How does the company assess which SSI projects get done in a certain year under the routines, not larger plan projects?
I think that's where some of our risk ranking comes into play. And Mr. Gardner can tell you a lot more about how we prioritize, specific projects over others, be it larger projects or even smaller ones within routine categories.
Okay. I was curious, just some follow-up on the integrated planning approach of the companies. How long has the company had its integrated planning department or, concerted effort, I guess?
I think we've had it since the summer. It was first launched in the summer of 2022, I believe. So we're coming up on, what, 3.5 years?
Okay. And I just want to understand kind of the specific tools you all are deploying, either as a result of that effort or whatever else you've seen as best practice, but I presume that's how it would funnel in. In your discussion with Ms. Lowry, you indicated you're not aware of any tools where the company considers the locationally specific electric system capacity with needs of the gas system, whether those be capacity SSI needs, to aid in targeting appropriate projects. So I'm just curious why that wouldn't be a main goal of integrated planning. Here we are 3.5 years in with no tools to do so.
Good question. I'm sure we have tools and lots of them. Just as a member of the regulatory team and not the integrated system planning team, I think Grace Jones can tell you a lot more detail about how they go about that.
Okay. So you had said with regard to better understanding end uses of the gas system, you had said you're happy to ask customers questions about what they're using gas for, just to paraphrase.
Yes.
Is that something the company has done to this point?
I'm not aware of the specifics there. I think Mr. Murphy carries a lot of the electrification first content in this GIP, so he would have a latest lay of the land there on what we're collecting and not.
Do you see this as information only helpful for electrification or helpful for other purposes in gas system planning?
I think it could be helpful for both.
Okay. You had talked about perhaps some like survey or data collection from customers to better understand end uses. Is that anything that the company currently has plans to implement?
Yes, as we said in rebuttal, we're eager to collect that type of information through engagement with customers, new customers, as well as expanded service requests. I think the electrification first approach will figure out how to best implement that. And in talking to Mr. Murphy, you might find that we actually have implemented some pieces so far. I'm just not aware of the specifics.
Okay, so you're not sure on any process to implement your
We committed to doing so. In terms of where we stand in the process, I'm not exactly sure at the moment.
Okay. And then let's see. Do the company's applications for new gas service collect information about the general categories of usage for a premise and kind of the relative requested capacity associated with each?
Yes, I think they do. I think we ask customers the specifics for their construction project or development. And then we have our own kind of assumptions that go along with that to make sure that everyone's aligned and we can kind of validate it on our side too.
Okay. And just like briefly, categories would say be like cooking, space heating, water heating. I don't know if they break it down pool or just other is like everything else, but main categories like that.
That's my understanding.
What, if anything, does the company do with the information that is provided by the customers with regard to kind of the proportional use by end use?
I think that helps us understand how best to size any infrastructure needed to serve the customer's request. Of course, right, since it's all aggregated in the customer's demand at the end of the day, it's hard to differentiate which exact appliances are driving in real time, which components of the demand. But I think we try to collect some information on, is there gas water heating or not? Is there gas cooking or not? Is there gas space heating? The things that'll drive major use of gas.
So you use it for the initial sizing, sounds like, to kind of gut check, make sure we've got our sizing right for the premise to serve them. Does the company use this data they collect in any other way, like to trend the prevalence of different equipment types or uses, or to in any other way look at temperature correlation and any other information?
I think Ms. Jones would be able to better describe how we use that in the forecasting process.
Okay, and then, Ms. Berman had asked you about the directive from the Mountain Energy Project decision, which was proceeding 25A-0220G, to immediately undertake efforts to better understand end uses, specifically in the Mountain Energy Project area there, especially considering the commission's stated concerns about the company's assumptions and the correlation of gas usage to ambient temperature assumptions being used. And I was curious if the company has any progress to report on that or any update.
Right, it's a good question. I believe in that discussion, I referred Ms. Berman to Ms. Jones and Mr. Gardner, who would have a better assessment of, where we stand in the process of installing any interroom meters and how we go about better understanding that usage and how it correlates to temperature or not. That's going to be a direct feed into our forecasting process. And so I think they'll be better positioned to describe that.
Okay. I think those are, oh, well, maybe one more question. There's a lot of interest here in rulemaking, potentially or not a pre-rulemaking, related to different GIP information. Help me understand the timeline in advance of your next GIP that a rulemaking would have to conclude in order for you to incorporate the outcomes of it.
That's a good question. I think we have that graphic that Mr. Barrasso pulled up in the GIP that shows some of the timelines of our forecasting and gas planning processes. So presumably a pre-rulemaking and a rulemaking would, take at least a year, I would imagine. And so whether or not we'd have sufficient time to incorporate all of that into the next skip, I think Ms. Jones and Mr. Goodenough can give you a lot more detail. Our hope would be to do as much as possible, but of course it kind of depends on those timelines. And I also raised the idea of, we could also delay the GIP slightly to give us more time to build that into those existing processes if needed.
So there's no timeline that the company is aware of that they'd be able to react to the information.
I think there are.
I mean, we can pull up the graphic if that's helpful. I just need a little more concrete information than a graphic.
Yeah, I think Ms. Jones can tell you that about the timelines for our gas system modeling and verification processes, which occur on an annual basis. And I think there's even longer timelines on the load forecasting side that Mr. Goodenough can tell you. So if you're looking for a specific, hey, we'd have to have this all wrapped up by X date, I think they're in a much better position to give you that specific. Sorry, Commissioner.
Thanks. Those are my only questions.
Let the record show that was 14 minutes. So
New record.
Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Piquet.
Good morning.
I don't have too much for you this morning, but I did want to ask you about an RFP that was released in 2024 for gas demand response, and I didn't see any reference to it in the testimony. Ms. Federico, could you pull up hearing exhibit 1202? And for the record, this is publicly available on the Excel website. Are you familiar with this RFP that was issued in January of 2024?
I am not familiar with this, Commissioner, but happy to direct you as best I can.
Okay. If you could go to page 3, you could see that, and you might, I don't know if you need to zoom in for everybody else, certainly do for me. You can see under RFP origination that this came out of a proceeding, 25A-0320G. Do you see that?
I do.
And then on page 10, there's a description of the proposed time frame and sort of the objectives. If you go down a little farther, I think. So the idea with this was that, I mean, obviously it was dated in the front page that it's January 30, 2024, with a target pilot period of the heating season 24-25. Basically what I'm wondering, I didn't see any reference to this pilot, and I just wonder if you know what happened.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that proceeding you cited above, that 22A proceeding, might have been a strategic issues or DSM related proceeding. And so I think Mr. Murphy would probably be best positioned to answer your specific questions on that front. Unfortunately, I don't know the details of where that pilot and RFP process stand, but he probably knows more.
Okay, so I'm sorry, who are you referring this to?
Mr. Patrick Murphy.
Okay, great. I will ask him more about this. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's all I.
Thank you,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I would also just ask that be added to the record. As I said, it came from it's publicly available on their website. It's hearing exhibit 1202.
Ms. Samar Pacheco, you okay with that?
Yes.
So moved. Thanks, Commissioner Plant. Good morning, Mr. Piquet. I just want to follow up on a question Staff Counsel asked you. Under cost of service regulation in Colorado, it seems like you agreed with him that the company's earnings are directly linked to growth in capital spending and rate base. For example, for every billion in net rate base growth, the company's annual earnings might grow by, say, 70 million, all else equal. Would you agree with that?
Earnings, right, earnings stemming from infrastructure development, rebate issuances, other performance incentives that the commission has approved in prior years, a combination of all three. Yes.
Okay. In your supplemental direct hearing exhibit 114, page 9, line 11, and we don't have to pull it up, I don't think. You state that your long-term rate impact modeling reduces capacity expansion capital expenses to 0 by 2033, with 25% reductions of capital spend occurring annually after 2029. And you reference a similar approach from the prior gas rate case. Do you recall that testimony, and do you think I read it accurately, or would you like me to pull it up?
Yes, that sounds correct, Chair.
Okay. And in that prior rate case, let me represent to you that Mr. Matley, and I also have this marked as an exhibit and can pull it up, assume reductions in capacity and new business capital expense to 0 by 2030 for purposes of modeling. Would you accept that?
Yeah, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
And what's changed? Why did the company move it 3 years later?
Good question, Chair. I think this goes back to a little bit of what Commissioner Gilman and I were discussing a few moments ago, that once we get to the longer term, right, later this decade and beyond, there's probably a whole host of reasonable assumptions that a model could make on the future trajectory of certain subcategories of capital expenditures. You know, we've tried to continually revisit that question and make what we think are reasonable assumptions. You know, getting to 0 by 2033 versus 2030, you know, reasonable people could probably disagree on. And that's why we tried to build into this model, I think, much more interactivity for the user to be able to toggle some of that. And so, you know, you could input some more aggressive declines in those years, specifically if we wanted to see the results of that. You know, we're not saying that 2033 is the end all be all and we're standing by it and that's our vision of the future. We're just trying to make reasonable assumptions. And I don't think there's any specific underlying rationale there between 2030 and 2033. Just recognizing, you know, we're hoping that it goes to 0 in the near years based on what we're seeing elsewhere on the system.
Huh. And if it didn't or got pushed out further, the rate impacts would be higher. Is that fair?
Yes, right. With additional CapEx for a few years, there would be higher rate implications from that.
Okay. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 114, executable attachment JJP-2? And let me represent to you that this is the Excel version of your rate forecast model. And I'm going to ask that we turn to the input tab on line 20. Can you go over to the very beginning? Do you see line 20 where it says common?
Yes,
Is that shared corporate services capital spending that we asked you about in supplemental direct?
that's correct, Chair. That'll be things not specific to the gas company specifically, but more generally allocated across all the Xcel Energy's operating companies.
And do you see how it goes up 20% between 2025 and 2026? Do you know what that's about? It's okay if you don't. I'm not.
I'm racking my brain.
I may try and pin you down later, but this is not where I'm trying to pin you down.
I can't recall the specific driver of that, but for a specific jump like that there must be something behind it. I just standing here today can't recall.
Fair enough. And if we go to line 35, do you see that that's the cost of gas sold and transport rate? It says 2.3. I think it's in either dollars per decatherm or dollars per million BTU. But do you see that is that characterized right?
That's correct. That stems from our specific fuel forecasts.
Okay. Can you scroll out all the way to the right on that, all the way out to 2039? Yeah, and you see that it never gets above 3.0, it never gets above 3.1. And in 2039, it's the first time it even gets to 3. Did I characterize that right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if you can go back all the way to the left. And can you tell me what that's based on?
So the first 5 years, 2025 through 2029, are based on the company's specific fuel forecasts. Beyond that, and generally, items not highlighted in blue, we're suggesting that the user can toggle here to various assumptions. I think we're growing that cost of fuel at the rate of inflation, if I recall correctly, and that's why you see a gradual increase over time.
And again, that's a wholesale rate, right? Transport customers.
Correct. That's the cost of natural gas.
Yeah, this is where I am going to try and pin you down. Can we pull up, leave this up, I'm going to come back to this, but can we pull up hearing exhibit 1203? What has been marked as hearing exhibit 1203. Let me represent to you that this is the company's natural gas forecast from its 2024 ERP that I don't believe has been changed. It was filed well before your supplemental direct testimony. 177, please. You see this fuel price dollars per million BTU, CIG, Rocky Mountain. It's the third column, and this is let me represent to you further that this is the basis for the modeling for the company's NTP on the electric side, where we're being asked to approve something like $10 billion of new electric generation. And I guess I'll focus on one number. Do you see 2028 where the fuel price in dollar per million BTUs is 413?
I see that.
Okay. And do you see between 2025 and 2028, there's fairly significant growth in natural gas prices? And if I represented to you that was roughly just under 9% a year in price growth, would you have any reason to doubt that?
I wouldn't have a reason to agree or disagree with that, Chair. And I agree that the numbers you cited here, the 413, is what I'm saying.
Okay, you can take this down. Thank you, Ms. Kunkel. Can you help me understand why you wouldn't use the company's actual gas price forecast where we're elsewhere being asked to approve $10 billion worth of new generation on this thing?
It's a good question. I can think of two reasons. One would be the vintage of the forecast, I think is the major item here. I'm not sure the exact timing of that projection included in the company's ERP processes.
It was filed well before your supplemental direct.
So I would assume that's driving the vast majority of it. The other factor, which I'm not sure about, is whether on the gas system, right, we have supply sources from across the Western region, right? We source from Oklahoma, Texas, Wyoming, even out west. And so how that probably factors into the fuel forecast you see on JJP2, the long-term model. Whereas in the ERP that was specifically citing CIG, I don't know the extent to which that differs or not from some of our supply sources on the gas system generally, but it could be an additional factor.
Are you speculating or are you testifying that?
I'm thinking of a second potential reason, so I'm speculating, but I think that the central reason is probably just vintage of the forecast.
All right, can we pull back up the spreadsheet, Ms. Kunkel? And can we go to line 35, cell F35? And if you can type into that cell where it says 2.4, if you could type in 4.13. All right, and if you can hit enter. And then can you go to the rate summary page? I don't know if you can see this, Mr. Piquet, but can you see that 2028's rates are now 50% higher roughly than what they are in 2025 if you use the actual forecast from the ERP?
It looks like it would increase from about 12 to about 15, so maybe closer to 25%. But yes, it is either way. Not trying to quibble with the numbers. Either way, it looks higher.
And so say it's 40%. I think it was in the tens, and I think if you look at it now, it's above 15. But does this cause you affordability concerns? 30, 40, 50% rate increase by 2028? If you use the actual forecast, we're being asked to approve investment decisions elsewhere.
It is certainly higher. I don't know. I would still imagine that if we were paying such higher prices, the industry in general would be paying higher prices, and we always seek to be the best performer in the industry possible and having lower average bills, lower rates, the best share of wallets in the country on both electric and gas. I would imagine that would continue to be true. So I recognize that this would be higher for customers in this scenario, but still would think the company's services would be very competitive to others in the industry.
Right, but it does put a lot more pressure on capital spending. Your prior testimony that we don't need to worry about capital spending because it's going to stay affordable over 15 years may not be true if we use the gas prices that we're relying on elsewhere.
Well, I think in this scenario, Chair Blank, it would be the gas commodity prices that are causing the rate to increase here, not the underlying rate base or gas capital expenditures underlying that. So I would still think the company's investments would probably stay on course, in the general confines of what we've shown in this model, and not be the factor that's causing this to jump.
All we can take this down. And if I represented to you that the average price of natural gas at Henry Hub was $3.52 per million BTU in 2025, and again, I know there's basis differential between Henry Hub and Rocky Mountain CIG, but is it fair to say that the current 2025 Henry Hub average is well above any natural gas price in your forecast? Or would you say that different?
I'm not sure what those Henry Hub prices have been recently, so I don't have a basis to agree or disagree there.
Fair enough. In our order requesting supplemental direct testimony, we asked the company and I'm now quoting, to provide a 15-year rate forecast model that also includes 3 years of historical data showing base rates and overall average rates, including all riders, broken out by residential class and total rates and revenue requirements. Ms. Kunkel, if you can pull up Hearing Exhibit 114, JPP3, and I'm just going to ask you to assume that one of the commission's interests in asking for this rate model was to determine the growth in average residential rates from actual 2024 levels under various assumptions. And when Ms. Kunkel pulls it up, I'm just going to ask you, is it possible to calculate residential rates from this spreadsheet? I can't find residential rates anywhere. It just seems like you did not comply with that component of the order. So can you show me where residential rates are on this?
Ms. Kunkel, could you scroll down a little bit? Right, so the cost per decatherm would need to be multiplied by average customer usage. If you're looking at if you want to find an average customer bill, other than that, that cost per decatherm row in row 36 is going to give you your rate.
But that's an average. That's not residential.
Correct.
We have no information on historical residential rates despite the request for it. Is that correct?
We did not break down this historical data between residential and non-residential.
But we did ask for it, just to be clear.
Yeah, I'll take your word for that, Chair Blank.
Right.
That the order specified that, I can't recall it.
All right, and just looking at the 9.69, I think you agreed that in 2028 with the higher gas prices, it was above or at 15. So from 9.69 in 2024 to 15 in 2028, from 2024 to 2028, at least in average rates, that is a 50% increase, I would think. Would you agree with that, or would you characterize it different?
Compared to that scenario we were walking through, yes, that math seems generally right. I would just note that, of course, right, we all know that commodity prices vary a whole lot, and any forecast will inherently be wrong, but it's just a guess of the future based on that moment in time.
All right, we can take this one down. On page 40 of your hearing exhibit 116, it's your rebuttal testimony. We don't have to pull this up unless you want it. You state, and I'm quoting, "The company does not use the 15-year rate forecast model for any purpose, and that it was only provided at the request of the commission." Given that you don't use it, and that the rate impacts may be quite large when the assumptions are adjusted, can you point to any other model or tool on this record or elsewhere that the company does use to evaluate rate impact and affordability through 2030?
Not in this record, Chair Blank. The model goes out 15 years. I think my comments there in my supplemental direct testimony are about the long-term nature here. Things beyond 2029, I think in particular, are beyond our 5-year forecast. And so we're making reasonable assumptions for what those paths might look like.
So do you use this model for rate impacts for 2030?
We don't use this specific model. No.
What do you use?
As a member of our regulatory team and not our internal finance team, I can't speak to what models finance uses or doesn't use. But I know that our planning period is in that 5-year range. And I think all of our electric, gas, and financial planning internal models keep to that 5-year period.
All right. Can we pull up here Exhibit 115, attachment ARG1? And let me represent to you, this is the Excel capital budget spreadsheet. And I think the company is proposing to spend $602.7 million in 2026, plus another $61 million in share overhead that we discussed. Do you see that in the 2026 column all the way to the bottom?
Okay, that's 602.7.
Yeah.
Yes, I see that.
Right. And we'd have to add the 61 million on top of that to get to the total. Is that right?
That's correct. That looks like total gas CapEx for 2026.
And you can see 2024 is 461.5 million. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
So basically capital spending is increasing by 30% from 2024 to 2026. Not counting shared services, which you already testified are up 20% from 2025.
So that seems to be about $140 million change. I'll take your word for it on the percent change there. I would note 2 things. One, that number does come down a bit in future years, as you see here, and I think in other company tables out to 2030 in this case. And then number 2, there are specific projects underlying that bump up compared to 2024 levels, both in 2025 and 2026, right? We had the Mountain Energy proceeding, which talked about large capital expenditures to serve or to remedy a capacity constraint. I think there's also PVC acceleration underlying that number, which it won't be an ongoing item. So there are kind of 2 large things, I think, underpinning most of that increase.
All right, I'll accept that. You can take this down. In terms of sales growth, is it fair to say that in the base case forecasts, PSCo sales are expected to decline at an average rate of 1.4% through 2030 and 1.3% through 2035, and that the decline is even more dramatic under the CHP aligned forecast, 4% through 2030 and 4.3% through 2035? I know you talked about this with a bunch of other counsel, and I'm not trying to pin you down on these numbers. It's just there's big sales declines. Is that fair?
That's correct, Chair Blank. Yes, I was talking about with Mr. Barrasso, I believe.
And as I understand it, you're the lead policy witness in the company's recently filed gas rate case 25A-0220G. I think that's right? Yeah.
Correct.
If I represented to you that total depreciation using both current and proposed depreciation rates was under 270 million in the 2025 historic test year, subject to later check, would you have any reason to doubt that representation? And that's hearing Exhibit 105, attachment MPN-4 from the gas rate case. Would you accept that subject to later check?
No reason to agree or disagree there, Chair Blank. I think that number is actually pretty similar to the depreciation line and the long-term rate forecast model here. So that seems about right.
Okay. So I guess I'm really struggling to understand why it's sensible to increase capital spending by 30% to over $660 million in 2026. in a business with potentially significantly declining sales, volatile natural gas prices, and current depreciation of 300 million, under 300 million. I mean, it just seems like, given this business, it's a lot of capital spending given the fundamentals. Just thoughts, comments, and we've seen that if commodity prices go up consistent with your own forecast, we're going to have affordability issues maybe. So just comments.
I think the important thing to highlight here is that we're all aligned around the state's goals, right? We all want to be pushing for and seeing electrification and adoption of those technologies as fast as possible, right? We've got incentives to do so. We're changing our internal processes to make that as front and center for customers as possible. And so I think that's the important piece, is that we all aligned around this, at least this medium-term vision moving forward of, right, reducing customer counts, reducing sales, reducing CapEx. Hopefully that'll go along with that. We have to balance that also with near-term realities for the gas system, right? A lot of these assets were created 50, 60 years ago. You see some of that here in the GIP plan projects. You know, you'll see some of that in the gas rate case as well. So we've got to replace some of these aging assets to make sure that the system's safe and reliable. And so we're kind of living in two worlds at the moment, where we want to see this change. We all want to see it happen as fast as possible. And we also need to make sure the system's safe and reliable for the customers using it today, which is still 1.5 million customers. And so I think we can do both, right? We can continue to talk about what are these trends we're seeing? What do we need to adjust? What incentives do we need to increase or decrease? And we're going to have all these opportunities to continue to have that conversation in GIPs and depreciation proceedings and gas rate cases and electric planning dockets. So I think it's not all inconsistent. We're just at an inflection point, and that makes forecasting particularly challenging.
Yeah, let me push you a little harder on your comments that somehow we're all aligned. As I go through the disputed issues in this case raised by the parties on forecasting, design date, temperature, non-pipeline alternatives, cost-benefit analysis, planned projects, obligation to serve, new business, and the assumptions used in the DSP versus the GIP, it often seems like the company's positions on each of these issues generally results in greater capital spending. And I know this capital bias has existed for over 100 years, but it seems like in the past, the company was more modest in its ambitions, or at least on the electric side, had business plans like Steel for Fuel that really aligned customer, utility, and environmental interests. You know, now it just, in this case, it seems like the company's proposals are more expansive and focused on investments like safety that are obviously important, but maybe don't produce additional revenue or cost reductions that put downward pressure on rates. And, you know, I just reference testimony can be Shea, Brown, Velez, Burley, Fagetta, Mettler, Skluzak, and Fickling. So I just ask you thoughts on capital bias. Can you give me any comfort and the parties any comfort that it's not driving capital decisions?
I appreciate the question, and I'm really glad we're having this conversation. We should continue to do so. I don't impugn anyone's motives or goals here. I think in a lot of these proceedings, though, it's easy for these other parties to focus on the gas system we all wish we had, right? Particularly in the next few years, as we see electrification hopefully continue to pick up speed. We have to balance that with the gas system we actually have and keeping that safe and reliable for customers today. And until we see these trends significantly change, we need to make sure that system is robust and can serve those needs. And so I think that's some of that tension that you feel, Chair Blank, is that we've got to operate this thing and keep it safe. We're delivering a product that is designed to blow up to customers' homes and businesses. We don't take that risk lightly. And so that's what's underpinning most of what you see in this GIP.
I appreciate that. And we don't take it lightly either. Is it possible that the expansion in the company's approach to capital spending may be building distrust among the parties and regulators in ways that may be resulting in more intrusive regulation than perhaps ideal.
I can appreciate that perspective. I think it's important to remember that we sit in a really, I think, helpful position here in Colorado, that the Public Service Company of Colorado specifically, where we're the energy service provider for lots of customers for both the gas side of our business as well as the electric. So I forget the exact percent, but roughly around 65 or 2/3 of our customer base receives both services from us. So that gives us a really good opportunity to promote electrification and build infrastructure to serve our customers' needs. We're an infrastructure company at the end of the day. We want to reduce emissions as fast as possible for state goals, our goals, and that's why I'm saying we're aligned on that front. But we're just trying to do so in ways where the data supports it.
All right. I want to refer to hearing exhibit 900, and we don't have to pull this up. Dr. Depew's answer testimony, page 40. And you had a little bit of a conversation with Mr. Crakes on this. He suggests that we cap safety and reliability spending, but it could be all spending at, say, 2024 levels with growth, future growth limited to inflation. For any excess capital spending beyond the cap cost recovery amount, Dr. Depew suggests deferring it and amortizing it over a subsequent period with the details to be worked out in the gas rate case. Given potential concerns about capital bias, if we wanted to explore this in the gas rate case, including potential securitization, any advice or guidance for us?
I agree with staff at the end of the day that it's a better topic for a gas rate case, although the company very strongly disagrees with the concept. I don't know what basis the commission or parties would have for setting a different rate of return on assets that are identified as being needed for customer safety, reliability, system expansion, whatever it is. But I think the form is better there because you've got actual cost recovery items at play.
All right. But this is where the capital budget, I mean, this is whatever we have on capital budgets, this is where it is. So if there's a basis for a cap, this is the only case where we could find the basis for that. Is that fair?
Right. This proceeding focuses on a forward-looking basis. I think this is where we have, helpful discussions on what we're hoping to see over that forward-looking period. And rate cases are backwards looking.
All right. One more idea to bounce off you. As I was reading Dr. Depew's answer testimony, an alternative approach struck me that I'd like to discuss with you. Assume the same capital spending cap proposed by Dr. Depew based on 2024 levels, but instead of deferring the additional amounts, we just amortize it over 1 year, independent of the actual engineering life, such that this spending would not be included in rate base. By limiting the amount of capital spending eligible for amortization beyond the year in which it is incurred, this proposal could provide an opportunity for 100% cost recovery to the company, allowing the company to spend what's needed, but perhaps limit the capital spending, the incentive to grow capital spending by breaking the link between growth. So it would be on the margin. Any guidance if we requested the company and the parties to look at this idea in the gas rate case? And I know it could have short-term rate impacts. You spend $100 million over the cap, that could be an immediate $100 million rate impact. But if gas prices were low and we thought they were going up in the future, or if gas prices were currently high, then maybe you look more at staff's proposal to defer it. But it seems like this could really break the link between earnings and capital spending. And all these concerns are sort of future looking. So maybe from a commission perspective, it's not terrible to have a little bit higher short-term rate impacts to avoid, this bow wave of, 40, 50, 60-year amortized capital investments. So I know you're getting hit with this for the first time. I know you're in a really awkward position. So I'm throwing this out there. I totally understand it's not going to be decided here. But if you have any guidance for the gas rate case where we could take this up on supplemental direct and ask the parties for it, I'd love to hear it now.
So I'd have to think more about that. I appreciate the question and the creative thinking. I think my head goes to where you were just describing there, Chair Blank, on the rate impacts of such a policy. So the rate impacts would be first and foremost. We'd also have to think about it. Is there a rate of return applied to that 1 year of capital outlay?
No, no.
Right. So then we'd be deploying capital with no chance for earning a return on that.
But you get cost recovery within a year.
Right. It'd be a return of, not a return on.
Correct. So it'd break the link. That's
Right.
the goal.
Right. I think where I go on breaking the link is more on and I know we're crossing proceedings here, so forgive me for a moment. In the gas rate case, we're talking about the throughput incentive and breaking the link between sales of natural gas, right, which is how the company recovers its investments and actually earns a rate of return, regardless of what that rate is. And so I think by breaking that link, right, we can further support electrification first initiatives and all the things we're trying to accomplish through clean heat and DSM. And that's going to electrify people, right, more over time, which will then reduce the investment needs. And so I think that's how you get at the investment reduction.
That's just not what your modeling shows. Your modeling shows that electrification is raising capital costs in both the electric and the gas industry. And most of it's focused on retrofit. So I'm way more interested in the link between capital spending and earnings, and less the link between sales. But that's not. Would you disagree? It doesn't seem like your modeling does show that electrification reduces capital spending.
I think it will over time, particularly if we're seeing it at faster rates than what we're currently expecting. I think it will absolutely drive CapEx reductions. I think that's our best lever here.
Is it possible that breaking the link between marginal capital spending and earnings without limiting the right of the company to recover its invested costs, or having the commission set the capital budget, could incentivize the company to allocate capital independent of the total amounts spent, perhaps reducing the regulatory burden of disputed issues like the ones in this case and elsewhere? Thoughts on that?
I confess, I think we'd need a lot more time to think this through, because I agree. You'd reduce incentives to deploy capital to the gas system, but there are lots of implications to that. And are we comfortable with the implications that has? I think the company would be extremely concerned about that. But again, I can think more about it.
Yeah, and I will just conclude by saying I totally agree with you. It's a gas rate case issue, but consider this fair notice that it may be raised in the gas rate case.
Appreciate it.
That's all I have. Let's take a 40-minute break till 12:45, in which time we'll come back with Mr. Dixon and UCA, who has 30 minutes. Any final issues before we break for lunch? Thank you, Mr. Piquet. I know a lot of that was out of the blue. See everybody 12:45. In the home stretch, Mr. Piquet. Mr. Dixon, 30 minutes, 12:45.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I thank the commission and the other parties for letting me take this out of order. And what I will represent right now, I have no intent of following up on questions you asked or taking them further. I do have a couple clarifying points, but it will operate as if I had not heard what you said, because that I think is appropriate for me, at least from my perspective. So what I want to open though with Mr. Piquet, by the way, I'm Tom Dixon, and you and I have known each other for quite some time, and I look forward to working with you in the future. So wanted to start off looking just at your JPP-1 Rev 3, and I realize we're in Rev 4. I don't think you need to get it, but if you do, I'll show you what I'm after. On page 47, the only change you made in Rev 3 to the document was footnote 40 on page 47. And if you, I don't know if you have the document in front of you or can get to it. If not, then I would ask that that be brought up. It's
yeah, if it could be brought up, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
okay. And I think you can use JPP-1 Rev 4 because this change was.
Sorry, did you want Rev 3 then or Rev 4?
No, I do need Rev 3 because it may
Okay.
be out of Rev 4. I don't know. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. And it's on page 47 of that document. And then at the bottom. Yes, that's what I'm looking at. First of all, I want to ask why you struck the language that you struck in this particular footnote.
So this seems like it is in the forecasting section of the GIP. And so I would direct you to Mr. Goodenough to comment more specifically on that. I'm not sure of the underlying rationale.
So effectively, it was removing a duplication.
Potentially, I'm not sure.
Okay, then let's look at what's left. The company did not assume the use of a 15% budget flex for the CHP. We're talking now about beneficial electrification, am I correct? And if you want to look up above, that's what the footnote goes to.
Yeah, if we could scroll up a little bit to footnote.
Right, yes, line 9.
Yes, that talks about BE.
So what is the impact of not including the 15% flex? What does that mean? What impact does it have on what you're doing in this analysis?
Good question. Unfortunately, I can't give you an answer there. Mr. Goodenough can give you more.
Let me give you my perception, and maybe someone else can answer it because I have no reason to argue. My perception is if you don't include the 15% flex in the budget, you're not going to be planning on as much beneficial electrification. Does that sound consistent with what that says?
Potentially, Mr. Goodenough is the right person.
All right, that's great. I am going to ask a couple questions that were generated by, one by Chairman Commissioner Gilman. She referred to the service line program that the company said they would consider, and I think we can recall that came from witness Danielle Velez, who spoke on behalf of the conservative advocates. And I want to clarify one point. When Commissioner Gilman referred to it, she talked about customer-owned yard lines, and I don't know if that was a slip or intended, so I want to clarify. Do you recall that questioning and discussion with her?
I do.
Okay. First of all, Ms. Vella's proposal to replace customer-owned yard lines was premised on the theory that the company replaces customer-owned yard lines at ratepayer expense as opposed to the expense of an individual customer. Am I correct?
So the company replaces service lines. The customer-owned yard lines are just that. They're customer-owned. That's not the company does not do that as part of our work.
Okay. And there was testimony for Mr. Kirkendall, but by the way, that's his pronunciation for people, where he indicated that we opposed that part of the proposal. Do you recall that? I assume you reviewed cross-answer testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So just to make it clear, and I believe it's in this document under the customer-owned yard line section, the company has not replaced customer-owned yard lines at ratepayer expense. It's always assigned to the customer who has the yard line and wants it replaced.
That's correct. We've been reaching out to all customers with known yard lines in recent years. I think we've identified a little bit more than 5,000 of those instances and made it clear to customers that they are responsible for those.
Okay. We can take this exhibit down. The next question I'd like to bring up has to do with something Chairman Blank said, but not substantive issue. He referred to the program or the concept that the company had when it related to the electric industry as steel for fuel. And I do recall that three-word concept came out well into this, from the past and into the future, correct?
Yes, it's a well-known phrase that we use regularly, the company as well as in regulatory proceedings and investor presentations.
Good. What's the well-known phrase the company is using with respect to gas infrastructure, equivalent to the steel for fuel?
I'm not aware of a pitchy little line like that. I think electrification first is our new mantra, but otherwise not aware of a pithy mantra.
Okay. Now some very basic questions that I ask because so many of these cases seem to be going to the court. I always like to make sure it's clear what we're doing at this level. So in this case, we're talking about the gas infrastructure requirements that in this particular portion, which is a subset of the total company spending for gas infrastructure projects. Am I correct?
Yes, the GIP.
And that's the fact that anything under, I guess, as inflated now, 3.6 million is not included in this proposal.
Not as a planned project. However, we have included for informational purposes all gas capital expenditures and grouped them by categories.
Right. And you're not seeking anything with regard to informational service at first. Let me try that again. You're not seeking any relief with respect to the informational services.
For informational purposes for the other categories, that's correct.
Okay. The company, and in your testimony, I believe both your direct and rebuttal, and again, I don't think we need to pull it up because you're going to remember it, as well as the application, indicates that the company requests the commission, if it finds it necessary, waive rules that are relevant in this proceeding. Am I correct?
If the commission determines that they don't think we adequately complied with a rule, yes, that is our request. However, we're not proactively identifying a particular rule that we're asking a waiver from. We've worked hard to comply with all applicable rules as it applies to the GIP.
But my understanding is not only you're trying, you believe you have complied with the rules, and that's why you have not sought any kind of waivers of the rules specifically.
That's correct.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about attorney's fees, and it'll be very brief. You request the capitalization of attorney's fees that may be incurred in this case. Am I correct? Is that a correct summary?
Not holistically. It only for our deferral request applies to attorney's fees that are not specifically associated with the two CPCNs that we're requesting approval for. I think the fees associated with those CPCNs would be part of the project, labor, materials, all the costs that go into a capital project.
And earlier in questions from, I believe, it was a question referring to Exhibit 603 AS-21, which again, rather than pulling it up, I'll refer to you what it is, and then if you need to see it, we can deal with it. That's the commission decision in the Mountain Energy Project case. It's the decision number C25 25A-0220G. And are you familiar with that decision?
Yes, I believe it came out in late November or early December.
And to the extent you would need to refer to it, I'll be happy to bring it up, but let's see if we can go without that and not waste a lot of time. Will you agree with me the commission rejected a similar request for capitalizing of attorney's fees in that case? As you are requesting here to make a comparison.
As part of the Mountain Energy proceeding, I think the only external legal fees associated with that case were for the specific CPCN requests for the CNG and LNG components of that project. And yes, I believe the commission ordered us not to capitalize those expenses and defer them as normal legal expenses.
That's all I have. And I appreciate all the questions that took place before. It shortened mine. But thank you. And thank you, Mr. Piquet, for your responses.
Thank you. Company redirect.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Piquet, I'll start where we just left off with a question from Mr. Dixon. To be clear, is the company making any request for recovery of capitalized legal fees in this case?
No, it's simply a deferral request to be addressed in more detail in a subsequent cost recovery proceeding.
And the capitalized legal fees would be at issue also in a future rate case, is that fair?
Correct. Once a capital project was placed in service and came forward in a gas rate case.
And would the commission have an opportunity to weigh in on that particular issue at that time?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to some questions and topics addressed by Chair Blank. And you had a series of questions from Chair Blank on gas commodity in your hearing exhibit 114 attachment JJP2 as compared to commission hearing exhibit 1203, which I believe was a JTS document. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
In light of Chair Blank's questions comparing the rate model in this case versus those in the JTS, have you had a chance to look more closely over the break at why there are differences?
Yes, it was really helpful to take the lunch break to review that line from the model closer and to look at the inputs more specifically. And it seems that that is not an actual commodity rate. It's more complicated than that. It's more of a ratio or a factor. And the transport issue is confusing that a bit more. So I'm happy to explain.
Please elaborate.
So that I believe that the name of that row was cost of gas sold and transported. And so that transported element was kind of complicating that ultimate number. So that, I think that ratio or rate showed in the model was in the 2.5 range compared to the JTS commodity forecast, which was closer to the high 3s or 4s. And so the problem or the thing making this apples to oranges in further review is that in our long-term rate forecast model here in the GIP, we're dividing all those commodity costs by not only sales, right, to get that average rate, but by the amounts transported as well. So that's not apples to oranges. If you take out the amounts transported, because, right, we're not paying for that gas, that customer is, right, or they're having a third-party shipper provide it to them. If we take out those sales quantities, that cost of gas is almost identical to those numbers in the JTS forecast. So all of a sudden, that 2.5 dollar per MMBTU number in the long-term rate forecast becomes 3.8 I think in the near term in 2025 and 2026, and rises to 4 by the end of the decade, which I think was exactly, or not exactly, but right in that same order of magnitude as in the JTS forecast. So these are very similar underlying forecasts. There's not then a need to contemplate a scenario in which the gas commodity costs are much higher in the near term. We think these forecasts are actually quite aligned. Clearly, we made this a confusing element in our model. I apologize for that. We can make sure future models kind of separate this out a little bit more to make it clearer.
Thank you for that. So to follow up, if you were to increase the gas cost dollar amounts in your attachment JJP2 to reflect what is in the JTS, is it fair to say that you would be double counting a portion of gas costs?
That's right. If we did that scenario again, which Chair Blank and I were discussing, you're essentially contemplating a scenario in which gas costs are, 50 to 100% more than what they are, both in this long-term rate forecast as well as in the JTS. So that's certainly a hypothetical you can discuss, but then we're talking about gas rates that are closer to $7 or $8 per decatherm rather than the 3 to 4 that we have in both forecasts here.
Okay. And are there other?
So,
go ahead. Sorry.
We haven't seen prices that high, since Winter Storm Uri and the high price periods of 2022 and 2023. Commodity rates haven't been anywhere near that in recent years.
Thank you. Turning to total capital spend and discussion you had with Chair Blank on that, do you recall his questions about increases in gas capital expenditures in the next few years?
Yes, as well as in recent years, historically.
And you mentioned specific projects as well as longer-term drivers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Could we please pull up Hearing Exhibit 101, Attachment JJP1, Rep 4? At page 15, I want to turn your attention to Figure 3. Does this figure help to further explain what is driving company capital costs?
Yes, absolutely. I think in that conversation, I pointed to a few specific projects, the Mountain Energy project, which is called out here in the gray part of this graph, as well as potentially some other projects. You can see some of our, the 2 CPCN requests in this case for Spear and Roosevelt Rollins Pass, as well as some compressor station replacements coming up in the near future. Right, when we add all up this together, you see that an increase in 2026 compared to 2025 and even compared to 2024. But when we account for inflation, we actually see a downward trend over the coming decade. So that inflation element wasn't something that I had touched on directly in my conversation with Chair Blank, but is an important element to consider here. We had very rapid inflation in the early pandemic years, and that's important to remember here as we think about the impacts of inflation, which has still remained high since then, and how that distorts some of the nominal CapEx figures.
Chair Blank also asked you about additional drivers of cost increases, particularly in safety, and whether there is a capital bias driving investments now more than in the past. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
Could we please pull up Hearing Exhibit 117? Which I believe is Mr. Gardner's rebuttal testimony at page 32. And I want to turn your attention to figure ARG-R2. Thank you. Understanding this is witness Gardner's testimony, are you generally familiar with it? Excuse me.
Yes, I am.
Does this figure help further explain why costs for safety projects in particular are increasing at a greater rate in the last few years and anticipated years ahead?
Yes, it does. So this similar to the graph we were just looking at, which was 2025 and beyond, this graph goes back even further. So if we think about pre-pandemic and post-pandemic system safety and integrity spending, we're actually staying pretty flat on an inflation-adjusted basis. You can see the nominal dollars there in blue, which are rising, which we discussed. But if we take out that inflation impact, we're pretty flat. And so I think the company would reiterate that we're not, there isn't a change in the paradigm here. We're not spending much more on some of these traditional budget categories than we have in the past. In a lot of ways, we're maintaining that same level of spending.
Thank you. We can take this down. Switching topics here, I'd like to turn back to some questions that you received from Commissioner Gilman. One of those questions related to rulemaking timing and a discussion about when the contemplated pre-rulemaking and rulemaking would need to conclude in order to incorporate the outcomes in the following GIP. Do you recall that discussion?
I do.
Are there other factors that could impact the timeline that the company would need to incorporate changes in a follow-on GIP besides those that you already discussed?
Yes, I think that an additional factor that I didn't mention is the scope of that actual pre-rulemaking and ultimate rulemaking. If that is really broad and all ideas are on the table, then that's probably going to take more time. If we keep that more narrowly focused, then we can move even faster. So that's up to the commission, of course, to define that scope. I thought that was an important clarification.
Commissioner Gilman also asked you some questions regarding the service line replacement program that we've discussed, and the company at least has proposed bringing that forward in its next clean heat plan, which will be here before we know it. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
Is there another reason why it would make sense to bring that proposal forward in the clean heat plan rather than continue to evaluate it here that you didn't mention earlier?
Right, so I talked about it as more of a programmatic offering, which makes sense to include it in our customer programs filing. You know, there are also important emissions implications to an offering like that. And for that reason, I think the clean heat plan, right, which focuses on our emissions targets and the options and measures we have to achieve those, compared to a gas infrastructure plan, which is really focused on system needs and those specific projects needed across categories.
And I think previously you referred to at least company witness Gardner as being able to address this. Would company witness Jones be an appropriate person to address this service line replacement concept?
Yes.
In addition, would it be company witness Jones who could address in greater detail the specific information requested and received in service applications?
Yes, as she sponsors a lot of our new business project details.
I would like to turn now to some of the discussion that you had with counsel for staff. First, just to clarify this, and I think Mr. Dixon got at this in his questions of you a few minutes ago, can you just clarify the scope of the GIP? Is it all gas infrastructure projects or a certain subset?
A certain subset. The GIP focuses on planned projects of $3 million in 2020 and above, as well as any CPCNs above the $12 million threshold, again in 2020.
Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 900 and go to page 38, starting at line 15? And then could you please take a moment to review this QA that starts on page 38 and continues over to page 39, line 2.
Okay, I reviewed.
How did this testimony affect your understanding of whether this issue should or even could be addressed in this proceeding?
I think this was the basis for me stating earlier that the details of this recommendation are better suited for a gas rate case.
From a regulatory perspective, do you have any concerns about adequate notice or single issue rate making associated with addressing a new ROE for a subset of rate base in this proceeding?
I do. This proceeding is not about cost recovery of gas infrastructure. That there are some NPA cost recovery proposals at play. Again, that was noticed as part of the proceeding. But general rates of return, risk is all better suited for a gas rate case.
Similarly, are you aware of any analysis staff has provided in this case as to how capping the return on investments would affect the capital available to the company to invest in system safety and integrity.
That has not been discussed. I think those details would be important to any discussion.
Are you aware of any analysis staff has provided in this case as to how that differentiated ROE would translate to impacts on customers and system safety?
There's no such discussion here.
And in light of staff's incentives, do you support an effort to incentivize reduced investments in safety and reliability of the natural gas system solely for the sake of reducing customer costs?
Absolutely not.
I would like to turn now to a topic addressed by Council for Conservation Advocates. Thank you for taking that down. During your discussion with Mr. Barroso, I believe he interrupted your answer when he asked you about whether the company on rebuttal has expressed a concern about new business projects under the GIP rules. Would you like to elaborate on your response? If you remember, that was like several hours ago now, so.
I'm trying to remember. For the reasons outlined in my rebuttal testimony, I know we didn't bring this up in direct, and the company continues to grow into this new framework just like everyone else. I think we realized from the recommendations we were getting and the commentary from other parties that the new business category of gas CapEx does not lend itself well to consideration in GIPs. Of course, we want to put forward that information, on an informational basis, or however that might be helpful for the commission, but to bring forward new business projects, present NPAs on them, when it's really just up to the customer to ultimately say, yes, we're interested in an alternative, or no, we're not, we want gas, doesn't really make a lot of sense. And also the timelines at play here really impact customers. If we need to first scope the project to a sufficient degree where we can provide cost estimates or bounds around those cost estimates for approval on a GIP, then we've got to go through the regulatory process and receive commentary from parties and guidance from the commission, and then actually go build the project. We're talking about a multi-year period, and that can really set a customer back. And so I think that's a broader policy question of, how much does the state want to encourage development or not?
Thank you. I'd like to turn now to the hypothetical you discussed with Counsel for CC4CA, Ms. Berman. I believe she posited, what would the company do if there was a customer on a 4-inch line in the middle of nowhere, and would the company provide service at any cost? I believe you indicated that it was an incomplete hypothetical, or maybe I objected on those grounds. Are there other factors that would need to be considered in order to provide an adequate response to that type of a question?
Yeah, we'd need to know who else is served on that line. Is that single customer and it has no direct downstream effects on any other customers? How much is the cost of maintaining that system? How much would it cost to abandon or remove? What are the costs of the alternatives? I think there's a lot of considerations at play that the company always takes into account when we evaluate cost-effective approaches and what the best solution is. So it's just hard to comment on a hypothetical without all those details.
Would an additional factor to consider be the amount that the customer is contributing to the project?
Yes, the line extension changes for our gas business have been changing in recent years and are subject to review in a current parallel gas rate case. So that's an important other factor.
You were also asked some questions about implementation of the Mountain Energy project and deployment of some interval meters. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
To your knowledge, is the company in the process of implementing that Mountain Energy project settlement and the directives of the commission's decision?
Yes, we are. We've been hitting the ground running with a stakeholder group in recent months.
Would company witness Patrick Murphy be the appropriate person to respond to those questions?
He is, yeah. He's been closest to it all.
And finally, turning to the stipulation, which was hearing exhibit 1100, would you like to comment on the company's position overall on the stipulation, and do you have any concerns on it?
So we certainly don't support the stipulation for the reasons outlined. I think here, both in our comment when it was submitted as well as in the kickoff here to the hearing. I just want to note that it really doesn't take into account the company's rebuttal positions. I think we've seen some of that appreciation from the Colorado Energy Office, which is greatly appreciated. They did not join the stipulation and have changed some of their positions in light of the company's rebuttal, which is great to see that at least some parties are really taking what we said into serious consideration. But I just didn't see that from the other parties in the stipulation. It's really just bringing up a lot of recommendations from answer testimony kind of in isolation. The second big concern I have is that the company was not engaged in a meaningful way in this process. And this proceeding is about gas projects and gas planning. And if you have the company not involved in that, who is the gas planner and operator, then stuff's going to be, you're just going to get stuff wrong, right? There's a lot of nuance to our system, a lot of company expertise on how we plan and operate that you're just going to miss if you don't have that voice in the room.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. You may be excused, Mr. Piquet.
Thanks.
Chair Blank, we're going to switch counsel real quick. Sorry to interrupt you. So we're going to switch over to Ms. Brahma, and then Mr. Gardner should be available.
Okay. Mr. Gardner, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Is anybody with you or communicating with you? Yeah, you can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
No, they're not.
If that changes, you'll let us know.
Absolutely.
Back to you, Ms. Brahma. No, Ms. Brahma. Oh, there you are.
Good. And then I think we're okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can now.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, we should have indicated we needed just a moment to make that change. Good afternoon, Mr. Gardner. I believe you've been sworn in. Would you please just state and spell your name for the record? If I don't think I heard that you did, but if you did, please correct me.
Yes. Ray Gardner, RayGardner.
And what is your title and for whom do you work, please?
I am the Area Vice President of Gas Engineering, and I work for Xcel Energy Services.
Thank you. And Mr. Gardner, did you cause to be submitted into the record in this proceeding, hearing exhibit 103 as your direct, hearing exhibit 115 as your supplemental direct, and hearing exhibit 117 as your rebuttal?
Yes, I did.
And did you also sponsor certain sections of the gas infrastructure plan itself as identified in your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we won't go through those individually, but thank you, Mr. Gardner. And with that, the witness is available for questions.
Thank you. I have 15 minutes for Ms. Lowry, CEO.
Good afternoon. CEO waves cross of Mr. Gardner. Thank you.
10 minutes, CC4CA.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Gardner. For the record, I'm Sarah Berman, representing CC4CA. Mr. Gardner, did you hear my discussion and Commissioner Gilman's discussion with Mr. Piquet about the company's collection of customer end-use data?
I did, yes.
And did you hear him refer questions regarding that data collection to you?
I did, but it would definitely benefit from repeating.
Sounds good. Are you familiar with the Commission's decision in the Mountain Energy Project directing the company to gather data related to snowmelt and to consider piloting a small number of interval gas meters? And we can pull up the hearing exhibit if that would be helpful.
Broadly, yes, I am familiar. And I think I would just say, I think Witness Murphy is probably a better person to answer questions on that, but I can do my best.
Okay, sounds good. We'll see how far we get and we can always pivot to him. Do you know if the company has begun gathering snowmelt data?
So this is more detail can be provided by Witness Murphy. My understanding at this point, given that the decision came out at the end of November, that we've started engagement, customer engagement, using the stakeholder group identified in the Mountain Energy Project, but I really don't have any more details beyond that.
Thank you. Do you know what, if any, other plans the company has to develop and track end-use data?
I am not aware of others, no. I don't know. Witness Murphy would be a better witness to talk about that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gardner, your testimony covers information supporting the company's system safety investments as a whole, is that right?
Yes.
And it is your opinion, as stated in your rebuttal testimony, that from a gas operations perspective, the company cannot simply decline to provide service to an existing customer, a new business, or a residential development, correct?
Yes, that is correct. I would definitely appreciate, as we go through this, if you can pull up the testimony sections, that would be helpful too. Thank you.
Sure. Could we please pull up hearing exhibit 117, Mr. Gardner's rebuttal, page 16? Lines 18 through 19. Okay, so based off of that testimony, from an integrated system planning perspective, if a customer can receive adequate service from an alternative source, why should the customer be able to dictate that the company must provide gas service specifically?
So I think that's really a policy question that's better directed to Witness Piquet, because I think what I testify here is that we cannot simply decline to provide service to an existing customer, a new business, or a residential development. So outside of that, I can't really speak to that, and that would be more of a question for Witness Piquet.
Thank you. Now looking up a little bit at lines 11 to 12, Mr. Gardner, you state that there are competing obligations facing the company. And also you state that public service is the only party to this case with the ultimate responsibility to our customers. Is that right?
Can you point to me exactly what you're talking about? I see here that we say public service's top priority is the safety of its employees, customers, and the public. I don't see exactly what you just stated.
Oh, my apologies. We can take down this exhibit, actually. Thank you. Does the company believe that the commission understands the competing obligations and bears responsibility to customers and ratepayers as well?
I think that requires speculation, and I can't speculate on that.
Okay, you can't speculate that the commission understands competing obligations and has responsibilities towards customers and ratepayers?
No, I think that's more of a legal and speculation view. I can't really speak to the specific commissioners and how much they understand or don't.
Okay. Does the company believe that local governments understand competing obligations as well as responsibilities towards ratepayers and residents?
I would really give the same answer, which is that that would require speculation on my part. And I think it's also a very broad statement saying that, if I said that all municipalities understand, I can't really say that. I don't know.
Understood. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. I have Denver, 45 minutes. Mr. Solomon.
Thank you. And just for the record, Denver will have substantially less than 45 minutes. So we'll keep this moving along. Good morning, or good afternoon, Mr. Gardner. My name is Chuck Solomon.
Good afternoon.
City and County of Denver. Nice to meet you. I just have a couple of lines of questions for you regarding your rebuttal testimony. I have some pretty big picture questions. If you want to refer to your testimony, we certainly can do that. But just generally speaking, I think in your testimony, you testified that the company has performed risk ranking in its annual PSIA filings and in rate cases for over a decade. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, I mean, pulling up the testimony is really helpful there, but
Sure.
high
This is
level.
page 54 if you'd like to see it. It's exhibit 117. So it's yeah, it's page 54, starting on line 18. And it wraps over to the top of the next page. So
Thank
it'd be
you.
like, so that sounds about right then. So company's been doing this for about a decade. On page 55, lines 7 and 8, you testified that projects were not risk ranked according to categories for this GIP. Does that sound right?
Yeah, we say this is why my direct testimony references that projects are not risk ranked across categories for this GIP.
Okay.
Why the GIP provides detailed explanation of the risk ranking methodology for each type of risk ranked infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. And on page 57, lines 5 to 14, you testified that even though the company did not risk rank projects across categories for this GIP, it did risk rank them within individual categories. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then on to page 58, starting at line 1, you testified that it's not feasible to risk rank all SSI projects using one model. Is that correct?
Yeah, my statement says that it really isn't, and I think they go on to say that it's it's primarily due to the different risks, materials, and asset configurations associated with each type of project. Generally speaking, the types of work are very different, as well as the risks, threats, and consequences for each.
And did the company provide any analysis to the parties in this case why it's not feasible to risk rank them across categories?
I think that's spelled out really in the individual risk approaches, where we go through the risks, threats, and consequences for each one. So in the description of the methodologies, in my opinion, it's that relatively clear that they are unique.
Okay. And does this analysis discuss at all why they cannot be ranked across categories?
I think we say here because they're different risks, materials, and asset configurations, which speaks for itself.
Okay, so there wasn't no analysis provided discussing why they can't be ranked risks across categories, is there?
Well, I think that depends on your definition of analysis.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough. If we could turn on to page 76 of your rebuttal testimony. And I'm looking particularly starting at line 14. You were asked, I'll let you get up there. How do you respond to witness Shea's premise that the company is undertaking extensive SSI work to address problematic pipe, much of which is not the main cause of incidents? And you responded, these arguments are incorrect or misleading. Witness Shea argues that excavation damage is the highest cause of natural gas incidents for many years, and that this threat is independent of pipeline, material, or vintage. This is not true. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And towards the end of line 20, you have a footnote 72, which references to witness Shea's testimony, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to turn to that hearing exhibit 501 and see exactly what Mr. Shea said. So that's hearing exhibit 501. If we could turn to that. And that would be a line, page 17. If you could make that just a smidge bigger, I would really appreciate it. Thank you. Starting at line 7, Mr. Shea says, and the more you dig into PHMSA database, the more you identify another factor that has nothing to do with SSI investments as a source of most reported incidents on gas distribution pipelines, excavation damage, and other external forces. See figure DS2. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did read that.
If we could scroll down a little bit more, can we look at figure DS2? So if we look at this figure, well, actually, before we get to that, according to Mr. Shea's testimony, the information represented in DS2 came directly from PHMSA's database. Do you have any reason to doubt Mr. Shea's representation?
I don't have any information to either confirm or dispute that.
Okay. Well, Denver provided the PHMSA data used to prepare DS2 to the parties in this docket. Did you review that data?
I did not review the specific PHMSA data, no.
Okay. Have you presented any data or analysis in this proceeding that indicates that the data in DS2 is incorrect?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Well, let's look at Mr. Shea's testimony again. Back on starting on line 7, he says that, and the more you dig into PHMSA's database, he identifies 2 main factors that cause the damage: excavation damage and other external forces, correct?
Yes, that is what it says.
So if we look at this chart, it appears in DS2 that between 2005 and 2024, 48% of the gas distribution incidents in Colorado were reported to be caused by excavation damage. Would you agree with that?
That is what the figure shows.
Okay. And would you also agree that figure DS2 shows that between 2005 and 2024, 11% of the gas distribution incidents in Colorado were reported to be caused by other external forces, correct?
Let's see.
And it's on it's a top left. It's in brown, I believe.
I see other outside force damage. I assume that's what you're referencing.
It is.
Okay. I think, yes, I would agree that that's what the figure shows.
So if we add these 2 figures together, isn't it fair to say that DS2, according to PHMSA data, 59% of the gas distribution incidents in Colorado were reported to be because of excavation damage and other external forces?
That is what the figure shows.
Okay. That is all I have for you. Thank you so much.
I have Conservation Coalition, 45 minutes, Mr. Bursa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Gardner. How are you today?
Good afternoon.
And for the record, my name is Parks Broso, representing the conservation advocates in this proceeding. Mr. Gardner will primarily be discussing the System Safety and Integrity, or SSI, portion of the GIP. And just to begin, I'd like to make sure that you and I are on the same page about the role of SSI in relation to other capital investments. So I think, as you stated in your testimony, the vast majority of system infrastructure investments are for SSI. Is that accurate?
So I think it'd be, as we go here, I would suggest that you pull up the testimony. I think that's helpful, but I would say the greatest amount of spend identified within the GIP is related to system safety and integrity.
Sure, let's pull that up. It's your direct testimony, hearing exhibit 103, and I'm looking at page 15, table ARG-D-1. So, Mr. Gardner, looking here, it looks like SSI represents about 71% of capital expenditures and 82% of total planned projects. Does that sound right?
I'm not going to attempt to do math while I'm testifying, but it represents 51 of the 62 projects and 407.5 of the 572.4 million.
Thank you. And even then, isn't it also true that SSI planned projects are actually the minority of total SSI spending?
I don't think I have the information in front of me that would bring me to that conclusion.
In other words, isn't it true that around 75% of SSI spending is actually on what is classified as programmatic, routine, and other discrete expenditures?
I would honestly go back to my statement earlier of I don't have that information in front of me, and I don't have that math in front of me to get to the percentages that you said that you're stating. So I don't have the information to either confirm or dispute what you're saying.
Mr. Gardner, I'll represent to you that your testimony outlines that the majority of SSI work is on expenditures that are not planned projects. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
I'm looking at the exhibit in front of me, and so I can speak to that. I think there are tables on the record that show the planned project expenditures as well as the overall, and so then you could draw those conclusions, but without having it right in front of me, I don't have those tables committed to memory.
Sure, we can pull those up. Ms. Federico, if we could please turn to attachment JJP1. This is the GIP plan. I believe it's page 57, table 14. Do you see that, Mr. Gardner?
Yes, so this is informational 2025 through 2029, programmatic, routine, and other discrete project expenditures.
Thank you. And so just looking at the totals in this table, this portion of SSI work totals roughly 1.5 billion in total expenditures between 2025 and 2029. Is that correct?
That is what the table states, yes.
And so when we combine this with the table that we just looked at previously from your direct testimony, the company anticipates approximately 1.9 billion in total expenditures between 2025 and 2029 on SSI.
Yes, I would say that is correct.
And so appreciate you working with me on some of this math here, but would you agree that this SSI spending represents quite a significant capital budget?
It does, yes.
And for all SSI infrastructure projects, whether it's a planned project or whether it's in this informational category that's in front of us, the GIP rules do not require the company to analyze alternatives. Is that correct?
The GIP rules do not require a NPA evaluation for system safety and integrity projects.
And notwithstanding the GIP rules, isn't it also true that the MAOP, or maximum allowable operation pressure projects, are the only SSI projects for which the company does analyze alternatives to infrastructure replacement?
MAOP is one example of an area that we do evaluate alternatives in the form of NPAs. Yes.
And so in other words, apart from MAOP, the company does not currently analyze alternatives to SSI infrastructure replacement.
I don't believe that's actually accurate. I mean, I don't think we don't go through the formal NPA process, but we do evaluate alternatives as part of our normal course of business.
In terms of the information that was presented to the parties in this GIP, MAOP projects are the only SSI project type where the company has presented an alternatives analysis. Is that correct?
I'm going to just object briefly because there's this is a little bit of a vague question as to whether we're talking about non-pipeline alternatives and formal analysis versus different types of alternatives generally, such as not doing the work. And if Mr. Barroso could be a little bit more clear, perhaps, on what types of alternatives he's addressing. The record and the answers are likely to be more clear as well.
If you could rephrase Mr. Barroso accordingly, that'd be great.
Happy to rephrase. And this is the last question in this line, Mr. Gardner, but is it accurate that in terms of what was presented in this GIP, MAOP projects are the only SSI project category for which the company presented a formal alternatives analysis?
It is the only place that we presented a formal NPA analysis. That is correct.
Thank you. So let's segue now to talking about the DIMP programmatic replacement program. And Mr. Gardner, you responded to Ms. Fickling's testimony, so I assume that you're generally familiar with it, but we can pull it up if needed. Is it your understanding that Ms. Fickling identified DIMP programmatic work as potentially well-suited to alternatives like targeted electrification and advanced leak repair technologies like cured-in-place lining?
I would appreciate pulling up the testimony, but that is my understanding.
And in rebuttal, you similarly state that thoughtful and targeted implementation of NPAs for certain discrete DIMP programmatic work may be feasible.
Does
that sound familiar?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you agree with Ms. Fickling's assessment that there are 5 or fewer services associated with many of the DIMP programmatic projects?
So no, I would not agree with that. I would suggest that we pull up her testimony where she says that, but I don't believe that that is accurate characterization or generalization of DIMP projects.
Let's pull that up. It's hearing exhibit 703, please, and looking at page 61. And looking at the public version. And so the specific number here is marked as confidential, Mr. Gardner, and so let's be cautious not to get into that. I'm not going to identify the specific number of DIMP projects with 0 or 5 or fewer services. Is it your recollection that a large number or even the majority of DIMP projects have fewer than 5 associated services?
The issue at hand here, and my answer would be no. And the reason I say that is because if you're looking at Appendix 18C, 18C is a collection of pipeline segments and is not representative of fully scoped DIMP projects. And I think that is fundamentally the issue with what Witness Fickling is recommending here, is that the actual DIMP projects are scoped in a like 1 to 2 year window, not in a full 10-year window. And so what Appendix 18C says is providing a list of pipeline segments for which we believe could be subject to replacement over the next 10 years, which is exactly what in alignment with the GIP rules, but it doesn't actually represent scoped projects. And so as a result, the statement of that they have fewer than 5 associated services would be inaccurate because that's not representative of actual DIMP work.
Appreciate that clarification. Generally speaking, would you agree that it is simpler to address a DIMP project that has a few customer connections, say 5 or fewer?
So when we evaluate NPAs, there's 3 tenets that are extremely important. So one is that an NPA must remove the risk that the pipeline project is intended to mitigate. Secondly, we have to have an achievable potential. And so to get that achievable potential, that's exactly what we're looking at here. And what you're talking about with a small number of services is there's a greater chance of achieving that when you have a small number. So, but Witness Jones could answer NPA questions much better than I.
I appreciate that. And just to make sure I was clear on the answer to my question, you would agree that it is simpler or it increases the achievable potential for a DIMP project if there are only a few customer connections.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. Mr. Gardner, we can move on now to our final topic, I believe, which is risk ranking. And this is something you discussed a little bit with counsel for Denver. So just again, to ground ourselves, would you agree that the GIP rules require the company to identify its risk ranking of any SSI planned projects and the risk ranking methodology?
So I'm not looking at the GIP rule in front of me, but the GIP rule does require us to provide risk ranking for our planned projects.
Would you agree with the general proposition that it's in the public interest for the company to select SSI investments that maintain a safe and reliable system at the lowest cost and lowest risk?
Can you restate the question? I'm sorry, I'm just not sure I followed the whole question. Sorry.
Sure. Would you agree with the proposition that it's in the public interest for the company to select SSI investments to maintain a safe and reliable system at the lowest cost and lowest risk?
I believe that it is in the public's interest for the company to select the highest risk projects to mitigate risk. I think that is an important tenet, and I think that really is the foundation of an SSI scope of work.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Gardner. And so related to that, is it accurate that the company uses risk scoring to identify those highest priority system risks and to mitigate those risks in an efficient and cost-effective manner?
The company utilizes risk modeling to identify the highest risk projects to implement.
And would you agree that project risk scores under the company's risk modeling should generally reflect the level of risk that the project is intended to address?
Yes and no. I think one of the things that's important to understand is when you think about risk modeling, are we talking about relative risk modeling? Are we talking about absolute probabilistic quantitative risk modeling? And so those fundamentally represent different things. When we talk about a relative risk model, it's intended to identify the highest risk segments, but in a relative risk model, the actual score is not intended to tie back to a specific amount of risk that is removed from the system.
Would you agree that prioritizing SSI projects with the highest risk scores is a prudent approach to maintaining the gas distribution system?
So to the extent that you're also factoring in things like the subject matter expert opinions, as well as any operational information that we know, I mean, a risk model gathers the information that it's only as good as the inputs. So if your inputs are all, material data, then it is one important factor to selecting the highest risk, to making sure that we're mitigating the highest risk for.
Let's talk about that interaction between subject matter expertise and the risk ranking scores. If we could please pull up your testimony on this topic. This is hearing exhibit 117, and I'm looking at page 52, please. So here, Mr. Gardner, you're responding to conservation advocates witness Ms. Fickling's testimony related to risk ranking. And I'm looking at line 10. Please take a moment to refamiliarize yourself with this if needed. And let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Great. And so looking at the second half of this Q&A here, is it your understanding that Ms. Fickling recommended that the company explain why it has prioritized projects that have a lower risk score over projects with a higher risk score?
What I read there is that if the company chooses to prioritize projects with lower risk scores over projects with higher risk scores, the company should provide a clear narrative explanation in a future GIP of why it is proposing to do so.
Great, thank you. And so we don't need to go through all of it, but you provided an extensive response to Ms. Fickling over this section of your testimony, but I'm not sure I saw a response to this specific recommendation. So I wanted to ask you now, is the company amenable to doing this, to providing a narrative explanation in situations where it has prioritized a project with a lower risk score over one with a higher risk score?
So I don't think I would have to, I mean, I'd have to confer with counsel, but before I committed to anything. But I think I understand what she's proposing there. I can't really speak to more than that.
Okay, let's move on and we can turn now to page 59, please. And again, looking at the Q&A starting on line 10. Here, Mr. Gardner, you criticize Ms. Fickling's testimony for, in your words, questioning the degree of judgment that must be deployed with some aspects of risk ranking. Do you see that?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm reading through it. Okay.
And I'd just like to understand what, maybe clarify the record here on what Ms. Fickling's testimony actually was. If we could please pull that up, it's hearing exhibit 703 at page 65 to 66. And we're not going to be walking through the numbers in this table, but Mr. Gardner, does this look familiar from your review of Ms. Fickling's testimony?
I have seen it before, yes.
And if we could please scroll down to the bottom of this table on the next page. Looking at the asterisks there, the three asterisks, I believe, are the language that you quoted online, starting on line 5. I just wanted to confirm with you, isn't this just a descriptive asterisk? In other words, isn't Ms. Fickling's testimony identifying whether or not the company's description of its risk scoring process explicitly references subject matter expert judgment?
So I would say that this is a descriptor that says this column reflects whether SME judgment is explicitly incorporated into the risk scoring process, is what it says. And so I think that answers your question.
Thank you. So in other words, is Ms. Fickling arguing that engineering or SME judgment should be eliminated from project planning?
This statement does not state that.
Could you point me to any other part of Ms. Fickling's testimony that does make that argument?
I cannot at this moment, no.
Okay, just a few more final questions for you on risk ranking. In your rebuttal testimony, you'd stated that the company provided information enabling Ms. Fickling and other interveners to understand the company's risk ranking in relation to the DIMP. Does that sound familiar?
That does sound familiar, yes.
Did the company provide its DIMP or its TIMP to interveners in this proceeding?
What are you, I'm not familiar with what you're requesting as far as a DIMP and TIMP. So DIMP stands for Distribution Integrity Management Program, and TIMP stands for Transmission Integrity Management Program. Those aren't, they're descriptors of programs. And so from that, I don't know what's being requested there.
Sure, Mr. Gardner, I'm talking about the plan itself that reflects the company's Distribution Integrity Management Program.
I am not aware of us providing a full documentation of our overall program. And that would be a proprietary document anyway.
That's accurate. I'll represent to you that the company did not provide it, even under highly confidential seal. Mr. Gardner, would it surprise you to know that other gas distribution utilities in other jurisdictions do readily provide their DIMPs to parties when requested?
I can't speak for other utilities at all, so I can't say one way or another there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are all the questions I have. Mr. Gardner, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Barroso. I have UCA next at 45 minutes. Do you need to go last again, Mr. Dixon, or are you ready? I'm gonna assume. Why don't you go?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do need to go last. I'm literally working with my paralegal on exhibits.
All right. Just know.
And again, I will operate on the same basis I did with respect to Mr. Piquet. I will not use your questions or those of the commissioners in mind, except if it's to clarify, which I think I did appropriately last time.
Would you be ready to go after Mr. Larson? I think the commissioners wouldn't mind some additional time.
Let me see the list. I'm sorry. Just got to grab it.
Yeah, we'll just go. We'll start with Mr. Larson. We'll see where we're at when Mr. Larson's done. Mr. Larson, it's 2 o'clock and I got 45 minutes for you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And for the record, it shouldn't take anywhere close to 45 minutes. So,
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gardner. For the record, Justin Larson, the AG's office. I represent trial staff in this case. I just have a few questions for you today, focusing on the cost estimates for the two projects for which the company seeks CPCN approval in this case. So to kick this off, those two projects, the Louisville to Rollins Pass project and the Spear Canal Interconnects project, the company is also seeking a presumption of prudence for the company's costs as for these projects as scoped in this GIP filing. Is that correct?
That is correct. However, I would say that witness Cornell and witness Pribble would be much better to ask questions about the cost estimates for those projects.
Well, you do, is it fair to say, Mr. Gardner, you do discuss the intervener feedback on the class 5 versus class 1 through 3 cost estimates in your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Yeah, to the extent that it's high level questions about cost estimating, and I can do my best, but just know that I very high potential that I'll be deferring questions to the two of them.
Sure, and I think all of my questions are at a pretty high level. So let's and again, I know you're not a lawyer, but is it safe to assume that you're familiar with the commission rule 455C regarding presumption of prudence in these proceedings?
If you're going to ask me questions about that rule, I would suggest we pull it up.
Yeah, sure.
High level familiar, but not in detail by any stretch.
Sure, and I think there's a reference to the specific portion of the rule I want to talk about in Mr. Piquet's rebuttal testimony. This is going to be hearing exhibit 116 at page 21. If we can pull that up.
While they're pulling it up, just a question for Excel counsel, Ms. Brahma. What do you think about putting on Mr. Murphy and then maybe bringing back Mr. Gardner first thing on Tuesday? It sounds like that'll work better for Mr. Dixon and may work better for the commissioners. Would that work for you?
Just to make sure what I'm understanding, Chair Blank, is that we would finish Mr. Gardner after staff, or would we go to commissioner questions, or just what understanding? I think we can, be accommodating, but.
Yeah, the proposal is to finish Mr. Gardner after staff and then jump to Mr. Murphy. And maybe we'll break early and then bring Mr. Gardner back first thing on Tuesday morning, which would give Mr. Dixon time to prepare and may work better for us.
Okay, I think that will be fine. If I could just, maybe we can continue with staff's questions for Mr. Gardner. And I'll just confirm that with both my co-counsel and make sure Mr. Murphy's ready to go a little bit sooner. The other thing is that Laura Roberts only has 15 minutes, so there might be some opportunity to complete her cross today.
Oh, and then, and then
Yeah.
she'd be free.
Yes.
So if council can confirm that they'd be ready to go with Mr. Murphy or Ms. Roberts. Ms. Nelson, I see your hands up.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to let Excel know that UCA is going to waive cross of Ms. Roberts. So therefore, I think we're the only parties that are listed to cross Ms. Roberts.
Commissioner Gilman, any cross for Ms. Roberts?
None that I'm aware of. Thanks.
Commissioner Plant?
No, I do not.
I think Ms. Roberts can be excused. Ms. Brahma?
All right, we will plan to go to Mr. Murphy, and I'll put my hand up at an appropriate time if there's any issue with that, but I imagine we might take a short break between the two as well. If that's...
Yeah, we'll definitely take a break after the staff questions of Mr. Gardner.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the flexibility, all. Mr. Larson, sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe we were just pulling up hearing exhibit 116 at page 21. Thank you. And if you could just scroll down to, I'm going to be looking at the lines 14 through 18 there. And so, Mr. Gardner, just starting at the end of line 14 there, Rule 455C provides in part that the commission may grant a presumption of prudence for the cost of planned projects, quote, if the commission determines the record supports the reasonableness and maturity of the cost estimate and evaluation of alternatives as applicable. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did read that correctly.
And you are generally familiar with that rule, again, just at a high level?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Now, in this proceeding, the company provided AACE Class 5 cost estimates for these two CPCN projects as part of the GIP. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And these cost estimates have margins of error plus or minus 50%, right?
That is the standard for a Class 5 estimate.
And you point out in your rebuttal testimony that Class 5 estimates are also called, quote, rough order of magnitude or screening estimates. Is that right?
I believe my testimony states that they would be a rough order of magnitude.
And you state that these relatively low resource estimates are specifically calibrated to evaluate feasibility of projects and eliminate alternatives that are not worth pursuing. Is that fair?
Can you pull up what you're referencing there?
Sure. This is gonna be hearing exhibit 117, Mr. Gardner's rebuttal testimony. And this is gonna be at page 95, lines 3 through 8. And actually, we're just going to start on line 6 there, starting with typically, apologize, start on line 3 on the second sentence, and then you can go through line 8 there if you want to read it to yourself as I read aloud. A Class 5 estimate is also called a rough order of magnitude or screening estimate, which is specifically calibrated to allow the commission to make strategic decisions about the feasibility of a project. Typically, at this stage of the process, alternatives are being evaluated in Class 5 estimates. For the alternatives, allow the stage gate approval process to eliminate alternatives that are not worth pursuing. Did I read that right?
Yes, you did.
And right after that, if you want to read along with me, you state that after this process is done, quote, a decision can then be made on further capital investments into the design process in order to mature the project and estimate, end quote. Is that correct?
Yes, that is what it states.
So, and you know, the remainder of the rebuttal I'm going to be asking about is you know, just right below that. But is it fair to say that you summarize that your main issue with the intervener feedback that expresses a preference for a class 1, 2, or 3 estimate rather than a class 5 is that this would require the company to invest what you describe as an extensive amount of time and resources? Is that right?
Yeah, that's what line 15 states. And I think it's really, it's a balance because it's amount of resources, but it's also recognizing that when a project comes through for a CPCN, it also depends on how much influence the commission wants to have in the scope, the commission and interveners want to have in the actual scope of the project, because there's the investment of resources in the form of money and time that's required to get to a class 1, 2, or 3. And then if the scope of the project is changed substantially, then that represents rework and additional costs to ratepayers.
Understood. Thank you for that, Mr. Gardner. Now, you know, those resources, the time and resources that need to be expended, you state also in rebuttal that this a lot of that comes in the form of detailed engineering and design work that would need to be completed to get to a class 1, 2, or 3 estimate. Is that right?
It's engineering, design, right away. In order to get to a class 1 estimate, for example, you would really need to be looking at environmental and right away to really understand exactly where you're building whatever it is and what's the, you know, what are all the considerations that we have to think about. So if you're doing, directional drilling, that involves, doing soil samples, things like that. So it's a lot of thought to get to those class 1, 2, or 3 estimates.
Thank you again. And to be clear, a significant amount of that work that you just described, the engineering, the design work, all those other things, and you talk about this in your rebuttal, a lot of these, I mean, is it fair to say a significant amount of this would need to be completed for any project the company pursues even after it gets regulatory approval? Is that correct?
It's work that would need to be completed. However, the key there is if the scope was changed or modified through the CPCN process, then it would be work wasted, potentially.
Potentially. So you and I think you already sort of mentioned this, but you make a distinction in your rebuttal testimony between what you describe as the optimal amount of resources prior to a project prior to filing, which is a different amount to continue to mature the project during the decision-making process, and then finally the resources required to finish the planning phase of construction, right?
So what we state is that really the company is balancing the commission's desire to know about projects at early phases, and for both interveners and the commission to know about them at an early phase and have the ability to help influence the scope of that project as well as the alternatives evaluated. And so it's balancing that desire with the desire of an accurate cost estimate. And so it's that is fundamentally what the company is attempting to balance there.
Understood. So is it fair to say one of the main issues with this whole discussion from the company's perspective is that it's risky for the company to invest significant amount of resources into a project prior to regulatory approval? Is that fair?
It's risky not just to the company, but to the ratepayers and to the public, who could be influenced by things like right-of-way acquisition and soil samples and all, the work required to get to a class 1, class 2, or class 3 cost estimate. It's not just the company.
Sure, but would it be fair to say that it's in the company's best interest not to take on too many costs without some certainty that it will have the opportunity to recover those costs from ratepayers later?
I think it's fair to say that it's in the not just the company, but it's also balancing. I mean, you've repeatedly said the company, and the company's a factor in this, but it's also influenced by interveners like yourself. It's influenced by the actual commissioners of how much they want to be able to influence a project and have visibility to a project in those early phases and be able to influence it. And so it's not just a financial decision. That's certainly a big part of it, but it's not just a financial risk issue.
I appreciate that. Now, thinking about this conversely, because you already mentioned ratepayer risks as well, that this is a risk for not just for the company, but for other people. And let's say hypothetically that the company does get regulatory approval for a project along with a presumption of prudence as to the cost estimates submitted at the time of approval. Isn't there also a risk that the actual costs of completing the project will end up being greater than the original estimates that were submitted at the time of regulatory approval?
Well, I think that's why at the time of a CPCN approval that you're also that doesn't actually represent the recovery of those costs. So those costs are not actually put into rate base until they come through a rate case. So a rate case really serves that role of being able to address the risk that you just highlighted of what happens if the costs go higher.
You do recall that my hypothetical included that the commission had approved a presumption of prudence for the costs, correct?
Correct. But again,
and again, well, I know you're not a lawyer, you do understand what the word presumption means.
I do, but I also understand that those costs don't go into rate base until the project is in service, until it's actually gone through a rate case. And so beyond that, I think you're asking for more of a legal or regulatory perspective, which is really not my role. So.
Well, going back to my hypothetical then, I mean, if we're using a class 5 cost estimate, which is what the company has put forth here, the costs incurred could be up to 50% greater than estimated at the time of regulatory approval. Is that right?
That is what a plus minus 50% means, yes.
Sure. And again, within my hypothetical, it's been approved. There's been a presumption of prudence. Is it fair to say that the risk of cost escalation in that situation would be borne primarily by ratepayers?
I would say yes and no, because it depends on how it comes through in a rate case and what is approved in an actual rate case.
So you're not suggesting here in the hypothetical that the company would not ask for these costs to be presumed prudent, right? I mean, let me take that back. The company is asking for a presumption that the cost estimates in this case be determined prudent at a later stage that you're talking about, correct?
Right, but we're also saying that those costs, the actual costs and the prudency of those costs, when we come through in a rate case, have a chance for evaluation at that time. And so at that time, that's when they go into rate base. Again, I feel like, you're really kind of diving deeper into regulatory and legal determinations here, which is not my world. And as we talked about before, it doesn't really fit my role, but I'm doing the best I can with what you got.
Sounds good. And I appreciate you bearing with me, Mr. Gardner. So just finally on this to sort of put an end to this one, would the company commit to sharing the risk of escalating costs with ratepayers as like staff suggested in this case?
I couldn't make such a commitment. I mean, that's not my role to make such a commitment.
Sounds good. No further questions from staff, Your Honor, or Mr. Chair. Apologies.
Thanks. Let's see where we're at. I only have one question for Mr. Gardner. Commissioner Gilman, would you prefer to kick it till next Tuesday, or would you like to go today? And we'll check in with Mr. Dixon.
No, I think my questioning is pretty limited, so I think I can go today if that's more convenient to just get him done.
Okay, Mr. Dixon, if we do commissioner questions first, can you do Mr. Gardner today?
I'm going to do that. Yes. I'm just literally working with my paralegal to get any possible exhibits. Hopefully I won't need them, but at least have them available. So yes, I will make that happen. And I could do Mr. Murphy if we get to him.
All right. We're zipping along.
I'm growing. I'm growing.
Seems like we may get a free day back. Yeah, hit it out of the park, Commissioner.
We got to get out early today, right? With the 3-day weekend.
Commissioner Gilman, you're up.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Mr. Gardner.
Good afternoon.
Primarily just some questions that you probably already heard me ask. So curious with respect to let me check my notes and make sure he did send this to you. Sorry, one question. 1 second. Yeah, he did. Okay. So in rebuttal testimony, the company said they would plan to or offer to, I'm not 100% sure, work with conservation advocates to bring forth a service line NPA program in the 2026 CHP. And just curious, broadly, what you see as the scope of that in terms of which sort of service lines or service line replacements, in what time frame, do you generally see as appropriate for consideration in that program?
At this point, we haven't really developed that. And I think that's a lot of the goal for Clean Heat is to say, we look at it from the perspective of, we think there's some opportunity there. And, but I don't have really any details beyond that to say, hey, this is something that we feel like there's a chance to work with parties and figure out what that might look like, but it's not something that we've developed or come up with really much scope to. I think it would be, I think what was proposed by Velez was something that's related to specifically service renewals and more of a, I would call it more of a customer voluntary type program. Whereas a customer could get an incentive to go ahead and move forward with electrification. I think the key to it is identifying, what scopes of work fit into that, because I think, and this goes to one of the questions you asked Witness Piquet, was around when we look at the routines. I don't really see it being tied to the routines. And the reason I say that is because the runway that we have on routines is very commonly, think in terms of hours to weeks, because those routines very commonly represent leak repairs. So if you have somebody that has a leak in their, let's say on their service line in their front yard, that the company comes in and replaces that service. And so in that scenario, there really isn't enough runway to allow a customer to make a informed decision about whether they want to do that. So hopefully I'm answering two questions in one here for you about kind of the scope of where we would see that service line piece and kind of where we probably wouldn't see it.
Okay. So outside of routines, then does the company have kind of a discrete list or plan around what service lines it intends to renew in, say, like the next year or 2 or 3 or 4 coming up?
We have some perspective on that through it's a lot of what was provided in Appendix 18C, which was that kind of list of pipe segments, as well as through our distribution integrity management models. We have some perspective, but I think you could also scope it a lot based on just thinking out loud here around things like material and vintage. And I think that's probably a more productive way to do that. And again, I'm just kind of brainstorming a little bit here with you, but I think identifying some categories of services that we would all agree would be opportunistic to implement this on I think that would be a reasonable approach to just as grounds to get started.
Okay, thanks. And does the company have complete enough records that you understand tied to a specific meter or premise, the vintage and material associated with their service line?
I think we have sufficient to implement something like this.
Okay. Just so I understand kind of the scope of it in a given year, you kind of describe the routines for service line replacements as a fairly last minute or urgent, I guess, type of work. Approximately what quantity in a year are we talking the company normally does of those sort of routine service line replacements?
I apologize. I don't know the number off the top of my head. I can't remember in the moment, but it's a large volume. But those are typically when we look at those routines, both main and service routines, they're what I would categorize as normal course of business of operating a gas system. So there's a leak on the main or service, so we go out and replace that section. It's could be a relocation. There could just normal course of business, day-to-day business is what's driving those. I apologize. I unfortunately don't remember the number off the top of my head, and I'm afraid if I gave you something, it wouldn't be accurate right now. So.
No, that's okay. I'm just trying to understand magnitude, and maybe it's in the record somewhere, and you can point me to better understanding the quantity in a year we're doing of those. And then looking at kind of service line replacements tied to other SSI or planned work. I guess, is it the most common that, like, say if you have a main replacement that's planned for a certain segment, that those service lines are necessarily either in part or in full also being replaced?
Yes, so if we do, and we cover those, it's covered a little bit in the individual project packets, but when you replace a main, we go through and we identify services for either replacement or what we refer to as you'll see as ATTO, which is air test and tie over, which means that if it's a relatively recent vintage service, that you wouldn't just carte blanche replace it, but instead you would test it and then tie it onto the new main. So, and that would be very common if you have like a more modern material, like a PE service, that then we would tie that to the new.
Okay. So if you have not kind of as modern a section of the system and you're planning on a main replacement for SSI purposes, or I guess other purposes, even if it's capacity expansion, whatever it may be, if you're going to replace that main and you have kind of older material or older vintage in that area, it would generally be the case that you would also be replacing each of the services tying into that main.
That is correct.
Okay. And is the company able to identify in your records as you look at your SSI planning for mains, first of all, vintage of service lines in that area, as well as the actual premises kind of that attach to that main in order to be able to contact customers and do that sort of program?
It is the issue, and the piece that we really that needs to be flushed out is which projects, because when we look at those DEMP projects, those are typically a 2-year runway. And so that was something that I saw in intervener testimony that was misunderstood. And you saw some of that in the conversation I had there with Mr. Barroso, is that those projects are like an actual DEMP project going to execution is a 2-year window. It's you run the model, you identify the projects, then you scope it 1 year and you build it and you construct it the next. And that's driven a lot by PHMSA regulation that requires the rerun of those models on an annual basis. And so we work to work on that, like that timeline. And so that's where we have to figure out how and kind of which projects fit into this, potential bucket of ones that can go through this NPA analysis. And I think that's where the company recognizes that there's some opportunity here, but we have to be very thoughtful in where and how we do it.
Okay, thanks for that. One question just following up on that. I mean, it seems to me like the materials are the materials and the vintages are the vintages that you have on your system. So while you may run these models to reassess risk on an annual basis or whatever, it strikes me that the risk ranking order likely should not change all that much, even though you reassess it. So I guess I'm a little confused about why the company is not aware more than a year or two in advance what the relative order and expected time frame of those projects would be.
I think when we rerun those models, there's a few things that are happening there. So one, at a very high level, I would say your assessment is correct that we're not expecting on an annual basis for that model to change drastically, right? That's not something that we would expect. But what we would expect is that we're using that operational data that we've like real life experience over the last year and saying, are there changes in trends that we're seeing, for instance, in our leak data to say, is there one material type? Is there something that's changing in our system real time that would then influence it? Again, when we rerun those models, we're not talking about it flipping upside down and completely changing, but we're talking about there's tweaks and changes. I think of like geohazards are a significant issue in the state of Colorado. And so if we've had a very, very wet year, you may see a lot of earth movement in one area that might drive you to go more promptly address the risk in that specific area over another. And so that's more what I'm thinking about. There are new risks that come along, and I mean, believe it or not, in certain parts of the country, there's a type of worm that actually eats the PE that's in plastic gas distribution lines. So fortunately, they're not something we've seen here, but new risks emerge, and we have to respond to those.
Okay, but it sounds like that's more a matter of there could be some geologic event, something that kind of leapfrogs some of them, but what is a risk largely remains a risk. It's sort of a relative, are we dealing with it in 2 years or in 5 years, or 4 years? Like, did something move in front of it? But in terms of identifying risks, those don't necessarily fall off.
Yeah, they don't necessarily fall off. And there are changes. I mean, if you take, I think one example I put in testimony was about our Leadville replacement project. And to your point, the risk stayed the same, but we ended up changing how we executed that project based on feedback from the city of Leadville to make sure that we were balancing our ability to go execute the work with their need to continue normal life, as much as they can in the city of Leadville.
Okay. One other question, and this may not be you, so let me know if not, but in terms of routines for capacity expansion, I was curious there also what sort of timeline upon which those are scoped. It seems to me capacity expansion is not necessarily we didn't expect this to happen at all and need to change it immediately type situation. So just curious, I think my impression was those are not planned significantly in advance, and I'm just curious why something like a capacity expansion, even if it was a routine, wouldn't be kind of known more than a year or maybe 2 in advance.
So capacity expansion, when we talk about the routines, and this kind of comes back to what I said with the main and service renewals, is that in the routines, we're talking more normal course of business type things. And so the routines and capacity expansion there are more commonly tied to how do I change how this system's operating? Maybe I need to do an integration between one neighborhood to another because this neighborhood is pulling more gas than we anticipated. And that can be driven by a whole plethora of different factors, but there's small size projects that are driven by really current year prior year operational data. So we, especially through cold weather events, we'll monitor the pressures at all of our stations to get a good understanding of exactly how the system is operating. And then based on that information, we may need to make changes in the way that our system operates to ensure that we maintain reliable service. And so those are very small projects, or relatively speaking, small projects, but they're very much tied to I would say, closer to the intricacies of the system than they are like broad-ranging projects where you're bringing more molecules onto the system. And so that's why I would say they're typically, 1 year, because they're based on the last year's winter operation. And sometimes that's, based on weather. If we see a -25 day in the Denver metro area, we're going to be looking very closely at the pressures on our system during that event. And that might drive a change in how we have the system built, as well as influence our models.
Okay, thanks. I think really just one last question. I had asked Mr. Piquet about any progress or current status of the company trying to investigate different end use differentiation. So curious if you had any response to that in terms of companies' use and tracking of information provided by customers related to their end use in their service applications, and or any efforts the company has recently undertaken to try to better understand end use differentiation.
I don't have any updates on that. I think that would be best suited for Witness Murphy or Witness Jones.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Thanks. Those are my only questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. Any questions?
I have no questions for Mr. Gardner.
Thank you. I just have a couple, and they may not be the best questions in the world, but on the safety investments, what happens at the end of the investment? Is there a decommissioning cost sort of along the lines of what we saw on other investments with negative net salvage value and all that stuff? At the end of life of this equipment, is there a decommissioning cost? What happens?
Unfortunately, Witness Bouquet could probably answer that question, and I'm not very good to answer that question. So I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. I'm not asking about the accounting. I'm asking about with what happens in the real world on the asset. Do you just leave it in the ground, or is there a cost to get it out? I'm just wondering if there's an additional liability associated with all the safety investment. Do you know what happens in the real world?
So in the real world, there isn't. So if you take a main or service, and I think what you're asking is a scenario where, let's say, we replace or don't replace the asset, but we abandon the asset, right? So most commonly, those are abandoned in place. And so there would be some cost associated with abandoning that asset in place. And that cost is going to vary some based on the asset and based on what the franchise agreement is, where it's at. But the majority of time it is abandoned in place. So if it's like a gas transmission pipeline, you would put a nitrogen blanket on the pipe. And by that, I mean, you would put a small amount of nitrogen in the pipeline, and then you would cap it.
And does all the safety investment delay the time when that abandonment decommissioning happens, or does it somehow increase the amount of decommissioning?
I wouldn't, if I'm understanding your question correctly, I wouldn't say that it really accelerates or decelerates. It's just that when you go replace a main, really at the same time that you're replacing that main, you'd abandon the old main. So it would all happen all at once.
I see.
You'd replace the main, you'd go, if we're talking the neighborhood, right? You've got a piece of main, you would install the new main, you'd install the new services, and you would go through and tie over the services that won't be replaced. And then you would abandon the old main.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that's all I had. Why don't we take a 10-minute break till 2:45, and then we'll come back with you, Mr. Dixon, and redirect, and then maybe we'll call it a day.
Chairman, I have one more question.
Yeah, fire away.
I can ask when we come back if you prefer.
Yeah, let's give the court reporter a break, and we'll come back at 2:45. Let's just give Commissioner Plant one more minute. Here we go. There. Commissioner Goman.
Hi, thanks. Sorry, I just trying to on the spot catch up. So when just from like a budgeting standpoint and the data we're looking at here, when you replace a main, say for an SSI project, and you replace the associated services for that project as well, do those each get booked in separate categories, or are those all considered like the price, the cost of the main replacement?
So when we have a discrete like DEMP project, for example, one of the planned projects here presented in the GIP, that includes both the mains and the service costs all together.
Okay, so if we see there a price for a main, and when you say planned projects, that would be above the $3 million threshold. That is the combined value of everything associated with that project. And then I guess how does the company kind of do this iteratively? Trying to understand that in the context of the commission's directives about interrelated projects and ensuring that if interrelated projects combined exceed the $3 million threshold, that's getting reported as a planned project. So just trying to understand internally how that actually works. If the main is just a portion of the project, then you have to understand all the service lines. You know, is that the standard practice that the company is consistently combining all of those in terms of understanding that planned project threshold?
Yes, that is what the company is doing, is putting together those mains and services. And it actually ties very well with the conversation we had about that, or that I had with Mr. Barroso about Appendix 18C, that is not, and I guess you and I had this conversation too about that's pipe segments, not scoped projects. And that's really the delta between a like that list and an actual scoped project includes taking those pipe segments and looking at which ones are adjacent to each other or close to each other, and making sure that we're putting all the appropriate main and services all together into a project and scoping it all together, and then pushing it into that execution phase. So that's a big piece of that step of going from that list of projects to actual DEMP projects.
Okay, so in 18C, when we're just looking at segments, any, sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Are there cost estimates on 18C?
There's costs there, but the 18C, as I recall, not like you said, I'm not looking at it, but what those look at is its pipe segments, and then it does a couple things. One, when we look at that list, it has a number of services. That number of services is the number of services that are directly connected to that piece of pipe. It doesn't address how many like customers say are downstream of that segment of pipe that pipe may serve. So in a main, if the list is showing one block of main and that main continues on to the next block, it's going to show the services that are in that first block, and it's not going to show all the customers that may be downstream of that are also fed by that piece of main. It only is going to show the ones that are directly connected.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
And in that 18C, have you then incorporated in kind of some estimated cost of service renewal as part of the main replacement projects, or that's not yet in due to the level of that estimate?
I would need to look at it to be sure before I state. I believe we do have cost estimates in there, but I believe those are like cost per foot based on the main cost and then the number of services. But I would need to confirm that.
Okay. And then once those actual, I understand as we're looking at the planned projects, especially, it sounds like all of the costs, whether it's for the actual main segment itself or the associated services, is all combined into saying it's the main project, basically, right?
Correct. When you have when it turns from that list into a scoped project, that's when you get the cost of the main, you get the cost of the services. all grouped together. This is our DEMP project that's all inclusive of the main end services that are going to be replaced.
Okay, got it. And if we look at, and then that's all combined to then in the company's forecasted expenditures for that type, then we're seeing kind of all lumped into the main category, some figures that are actually the service renewal. That's just kind of a tangent of the project.
So when you look at the DEMP routines, that's a lot more, or not the DEMP routines, excuse me. So DEMP programmatic category, that's more what you're seeing is, if you're in those near term years, you're seeing actually scope projects. And then when you move further out, that's estimated program costs. And then as those projects are individual projects are scoped, if those are discrete projects, so greater than $300,000, then they move into specific, it moves out of programmatic into those discretes, which then roll up to that DEMP programmatic budget.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the clarification. It's helpful. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. I got 45 minutes.
Let's get ready to rumble. Mr. Gardner, it's nice to meet you. I'm
Nice to
Tom
meet you.
Dixon, and I work for the Utility Consumer Advocate, who represents the public interest in the issues relating to consumers and ratepayer rates. So that's my focus. I hope to move through this quickly. The first thing I want to discuss is a discussion that relates to abandonment and discontinuance that was raised by Mr. Kluzak. And we're not going to have to go back and forth through testimony. These will be general questions. And if you need to refer to testimony, we'll let you do that. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
All right. First of all, Mr. Kluzak discussed developing an abandonment and discontinue policy for gas service where it is uneconomical, correct?
From a high level, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get in the weeds, and there's nothing tricky about what I'm doing. I mean that. And one of your responses in discussing the Black Hills example that he cited of having an abandonment policy, you quoted it or characterized it as a non-pipeline alternative effort by Black Hills. Am I correct?
From the company's definition of a non-pipeline alternative, we would characterize that as a non-pipeline alternative, yes.
All right. Which then means we could draw from that a conclusion that non-pipeline alternatives could be helpful in developing an abandonment and discontinuance policy for uneconomic reasons. Correct?
I think that's a pretty broad reach, or that's a pretty big reach. I think the Black Hills example, and I talk about this in my testimony, is certainly an outlier, a very, very unique example. Where it represents a very high dollar cost project and a very, very small number of customers on an outlying fringe part of a system. So I don't think it's fair to use that as a characterization to say if it works here, that it works everywhere else, because that's an extreme outlier.
Well, my point was you characterized it as a non-pipeline alternative, correct?
Yes.
All I was saying is that suggests to me that there would be opportunities to use non-pipeline alternatives to abandon and discontinue service. Similarly, even if it's just like Black Hills, I'm not quantifying the type of service, just in general.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that those two things, I mean, that's a huge reach. You can't say that just because it worked in this one case that it always works. I would say it worked in that one case. And so you could say that if another case exactly like that showed up, then certainly you could say that it would apply in that scenario. But I don't think you can make the general statement of if it worked here, then it can broad ranging apply.
Would you agree, though, that the suggestion that Mr. Skluzak has raised is a good tool that the company might look to in the future, just one of the many tools in its toolbox?
I would need you to clarify what tool he's talking about there.
The abandonment and discontinuance policies that Mr. Skluzak referred to in his testimony might provide one tool for the company in its toolbox in dealing with gas infrastructure.
I think you're asking me to agree with Mr. Skluzak, and I don't think I can just broad-rangingly do that.
All I'm asking is whether it could be a tool. I'm not asking you to agree to his project how to do it.
I think if you want me to agree to something there, I think it would be best to pull it up so that I can be precise in saying what I agree or don't agree to.
So it's all right, the horse died. I'd like to pull up hearing exhibit 313 from UCA box. And I'll give you a minute to review it, and perhaps you could make it a little larger if possible. And when you're done, please let me know.
Okay.
And you want to look to the bottom of it and see who the sponsor is? And you're one of the co-sponsors, so is it appropriate to discuss this with you? Or would I perhaps go to Mr. May?
Yes, I can speak about this one.
Okay. You cite two other responses, so I'm going to have to start pulling those up for the moment. But basically what you're being asked here is to give prior examples, and so you cite us to some other exhibits. So if we could pull up first here at exhibit 315, we could take down 313. I just wanted to show how we got to the next exhibits. And again, take your time, please read through it, look to the bottom to be sure you're a sponsor. And again, I'll ask you the same question, whether you or Mr. May should be responding to this.
Depending on the question, I will certainly do my best, and I can defer to Mr. May as needed.
Okay, and let's pull up hearing exhibit 10-3, which is marked as hearing exhibit 314. With any luck at all? Yes. Same thing, just if you want to take a look at it, confirm you're a sponsor or co-sponsor.
I am a co-sponsor on this one, yes.
All right, and again, are you a good person to talk to about this exhibit as opposed to Mr. May, for example?
I will do my best with the questions you've got, and if I need to, I'll defer to Mr. May.
They're pretty easy, believe it or not. I'm going to move to admit hearing exhibits 313, 314, and 315, the ones we just pulled up individually.
No objection.
So admitted.
And I think the conclusory statement I want to come down to and just we can pull these down, well, leave it up, but it's not going to be necessary. The response you generally provide is the company does not have a documented process regarding when it can abandon a segment, pub pipe, or similar equipment. And that's here in question 5.3, which is here in exhibit 315.
What the company is really trying to say in this response is that the process for when it can abandon a segment is when there's the segment is no longer serving any customers, any downstream customers, either direct customers or downstream customers. And so by a policy for an abandonment, I think there's some confusion as to what specifically is being asked for, but the process is that if a segment of pipe is no longer serving customers, then it can be abandoned.
And that would, so I think Mr. Skluzow characterized it that even if there was one customer left, you would keep the line open and keep operating it and maintaining it, correct?
I think that's very much a hypothetical, but if you have a service line that serves one customer, then yes, we're going to continue to operate the service line.
Thank you. I'm done with that area. Let's go over to class 5 estimates that you talked about a little bit on page 93. Again, I think you can work without it, but you're certainly welcome. And these exhibits I just had can be pulled down, but I would go ahead and pull up his testimony, his rebuttal testimony here in exhibit 117, just for his convenience. And let's just roll over to page 93. And I think, again, I'm going to be asking general questions, but I will refer you to parts if you want to for your convenience. First of all, in this section, we're discussing AACE class estimates. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And AACE stands for, let me see if I can help you.
American Association of Cost Engineers.
All right. And the document there that you're referring to is identified as 18R-97, and it's the version dated August 7, 2020. And to give you some comfort, if you want, I believe Mr. Kirkendall cited to some testimony in the Metropolitan case. Sorry, not Metropolitan, the Mountain Energy Project case, and that was the site we were given to. So you can do subject to check if that's all right.
Okay.
All right. I just want to make sure we're on the same page as to what document we're referring to. So if we go down to, let's just look. How let me get my testimony where I want to go on this one. Sorry, I got many piles of paper trying to do this. Okay, yes. Page 95, line 3, we can begin with, and you can read that paragraph. When you're done, just let me know.
Okay. Yep, I'm good.
Okay, and just so we make it clear for the record, a class 1 estimate would be the best, most reliable, so to speak, and you can use whatever adjective you want to describe it. Is that correct, basically?
Yes, a class 1 would be the most precise.
Right.
And
a class 5
would be the least.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and class 6 would be the least precise.
We might get to that, but hang on a minute. At this point, we're dealing with class 5s. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you yourself describe it as a rough order of magnitude and a screening estimate, right?
Yes.
And again, I won't read the whole thing. I then want to go over to page 101. And here I'm focusing on lines 4, the first sentence. And when you're finished, just let me know.
Okay, I'm finished.
Okay, and what we want to focus on here is your first sentence says the commission should review a gas CPCN or Certificate of Public Convenient Necessity application for projects with Class 5 cost estimates in order to understand the need for the project, understand whether the project presented is the best alternative to address the need, and that the Class 5 estimate is the best estimate at the time to inform stakeholders early in the planning process regarding the need to obtain regulatory feedback and continue to develop the project consistent with customer needs. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
All right. And you say it's, would you not, I don't want to call the commission stakeholders, but would you agree it's also for the benefit to inform stakeholders or regulators, such as this commission?
Yes, I would say that is correct. I would group stakeholders and interveners, or I'd group commissioners and interveners all as stakeholders.
I assumed that. That's why I asked the question. So we can take that down. We don't need his testimony at this point. We're going to talk a little bit about maximum allowable operating pressure. Did I get that right?
You did.
And it's called, and we like to call it MAOP, so we don't like to use real words anymore. But again, it's always nice for the court to know what we're talking about. So in this case, one of the questions, and again, these are generic, so if you need to go to your testimony, I think I can give you a site or direct you to someplace. The current MAOP is required to serve peak customer demand. Am I correct?
I think that's one of the things. I mean, the maximum allowable operating pressure is the maximum allowable operating pressure of a pipeline, period. I don't think you can necessarily make a whole lot more conclusions beyond that, but.
And just hypothetically, if the commission in its decision, and we haven't even gotten to this yet, so just clearly hypothetical, and they haven't issued a decision. But if it were to modify the design day peak hour demand process, that would modify the peak customer demand in the current maximum allowable operating pressure, right? To be served?
No, I think we're missing something there because I think MAOP is the maximum allowable operating pressure of the pipeline. And while that is specified to a point to make sure that we can serve our customers, I think there's a jump there that I'm not quite following.
Okay. If you don't get it, I won't try and pursue it harder. It's not that important right now. Let's talk about this whole MAOP concept and the regulation by the Pipeline Hazardous Material and Safety Administration, correct?
Yes.
And that one, that acronym, we not only spell out, we actually call it PHMSA. PHMASA, whatever it is. All right. Couple things. The commission has adopted MAOP rules since at least, let me just double check before I throw this out at you. I think you indicated in a response since at least 1970. Does that ring a bell?
So I'm not sure what you mean by commission in that context, but the original pipeline safety original pipeline regulations, I wouldn't even stipulate it to safety, but original pipeline regulations that governed how pipelines are constructed, including conducting pressure tests and in accordance with 192.619 of how that maximum allowable operating pressure is set, were established in August of 1970.
That's what I was talking about. It's a discovery response you gave, and I apologize if I didn't make it clear. You know, by the way, I worked on your PSIA cases longer than you have. I began in 2011. So I want to just touch base on it, not to go into it in detail, and I'm not going to do that. But with the San Bruno explosion in 2010, the PHMSA created two new parts, Part O and Part N, I believe they are. One dealing with distribution integrity management. The second dealing with...
No, you've got that wrong. So Subpart O was established in 2002. Subpart P was established was actually published in 2009. Both of those occurred before San Bruno.
Okay, I was using memory, and it was obviously bad. I'm a little older. So the first one in 2002, what was that relating to?
So that was pipeline safety regulation. It was very much tied, that was gas transmission integrity management. And so in 2002, PHMSA required operators to establish a transmission integrity management program, and it had progressive implementation dates. It was very much tied to the integrity assessment of pipelines. So it had a deadline of December of, the final deadline was 100% of high consequence areas by December of 2012.
And then I think you said Part B was the second one that took place in about 2009 or 10, right?
It was published in 2009, as I recall.
And what did it relate to?
So that is around gas distribution integrity management.
Right. So the earliest one was on transmission integrity management, and the second one was on distribution. Now, would you agree with me that those both focused on the company having a need to know its assets?
Both of them were tied to a fundamental principles of know your assets, understand the risks and threats to those assets. Yes.
And are you suggesting that, was this the first time that PHMSA had told gas utilities or operators of natural gas to know their assets occurred first in 2002? Or had that been in effect prior to those two new chapters that were parts that were added?
So what I can speak to is the fact that in 2002, PHMSA published that regulation that was specific to integrity management programs. So I can't speak to things that PHMSA said before that. And frankly, I wasn't, to your point earlier, I was not in the industry prior to 2002. So I can't really speak to what PHMSA said before that.
And just maybe to clear, you haven't read earlier regulations that go back before 2002 that relate to the regulation of natural gas.
I'm certainly familiar with the regulation prior to 2002. I'm definitely familiar with Part 192. As I stated, reeled off 619 earlier. So.
Give me just a moment. I'm trying to cut through some stuff, if you will. Now, you have stated in, I think both in testimony as well as discovery responses, and I don't think it's challengeable by you, that the company's been operating the system for either 100 or 120 years. I think I've seen both numbers. You could pick what you like.
A very long time, yes.
And so the company's always had an obligation to operate a system in a safe and reliable manner, not maybe with the prescriptions that have occurred lately, but it's always had that obligation. Would you agree?
I would agree that our obligation has been to operate a safe system, yes.
Okay. And would you say it also that by saying safe, would you agree with me that that was a broad concept that was later defined more clearly to include integrity management, reliable service, et cetera?
I would say that the PHMSA publication of Part 192 in 1970, as well as publishing Subpart O, made the Subpart O and Subpart P made it abundantly clear PHMSA's expectations around integrity management.
And while the composition of natural gas may have changed, and I don't even know that for sure, would it be correct to say, as Mr. Piquet said this morning, that a gas utility, and I'm going back to 100 or 120 years, transports a commodity that is explosive?
It is certainly a flammable material, yes.
And I believe Ms. Jones refers to it as trying to think, she also characterizes it as a very dangerous or commodity. Am I correct?
It's a combustible commodity, but yes.
Combustible, thank you. And so any kind of leaks that occur on that system present a possible opportunity for an explosion, right?
I think that's a broad characterization, but the objective of the company is to make sure that the gas stays in the pipe, which I think is where you're going.
Well, no, actually, I'm just going to break down through the leaks. There's a class 1 leak, and those are the type of leaks that the company is basically directed to repair immediately. Am I correct?
That is correct. A grade 1 leak is one that is the requirement is to repair it immediately.
And then a grade 2 leak is less problematic and is likely to be repaired in, I think the standard's about 6 months. Am I right?
There is a standard around it, but as you change in leak grade, it's considered less and less hazardous.
Right. And then what's a class 3?
Grade 3 is generally considered a non-hazardous leak.
But are these leaks still leaking at some level the combustible product that's being transported through those pipelines?
Any of the definition of a leak is that you have natural gas on the outside of the pipe by definition.
So
that's what
the
you're
answer to
getting.
my question is yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be cute. I'm trying to follow up on what I've heard in yours or others' testimony. So the company is fully aware and has, for example, in a given year, the company will have thousands of leaks, whether it be grade 3, grade 2, or even grade 1, but largely grade 3, I would say. Would that be a fair statement?
I would say that the company has, more than 1,000 leaks every year that must be repaired.
That's right. And the majority of them, would I say, are they grade 3?
I believe, I don't have the numbers in front of me, and I don't think you do either, but in the moment, but I would say that is a general accurate.
Okay, I think there may be an evidence some of the distribution transmission reports. If not, I'll deal with that, but not now. Just a brief discussion on, let's talk a little bit about, I realize this is Ms. Jones' area generally, but I'm referring it from some of your information. Current design day thresholds. And I can pull up an exhibit, but what I want to start off with, what is the relationship between current design day thresholds and gas outages, if any?
I think that's a better question for witness Jones.
Okay.
Is for me.
Could we pull up here in exhibit 305 from UCA box? And the same drill, just please take your time reading through it, then scroll to the bottom. And as you indicated, you are a co-sponsor, correct?
Correct. Witness Jones and I co-sponsor this response.
So this line of question you would prefer be addressed to her, am I correct?
I would generally say no, or I would say generally say yes, depending on the question, but specifically as it gets to design day related items, that's much more witness Jones's expertise.
I'm going to move to admit here in exhibit 305, and of course that'll give Ms. Jones an opportunity to look at it before we discuss those with her.
Is Brahma any objection?
The time I thought I'd wait for you to ask, Chair Blaine. Yeah, no objection.
I don't mind, no offense.
If we could now pull up here in exhibit 308. And if you want to take your time to look through it and look to the bottom.
Did you want me to scroll through all the 24 pages or just the response?
Actually, I'm going to do the same. So I think if he wants to see the 24 pages, fine. But let's see if we can cut this to the chase and just admit it and move it into where we discuss it with Ms. Jones. So I'm going to, you are a co-sponsor, correct?
Yes.
Is everything in this, to your knowledge, accurate?
Yes, witness Jones and I co-sponsor this response.
Move to admit here in exhibit.
Any objection?
308.
Chair Blank, I have no objection to the discovery in general. I can't see just from what's on the screen here. I would want to make sure that it was the correct version. As you can see from the supplemental response, there was a correction that was.
If you could just do it offline between now and Ms. Jones, that'd be great. If there's a problem, let us know. We'll fix it.
And
Subject to
again, if we pulled a wrong version, I will stipulate to putting in the correct one. That's not my goal. I frankly, given the short involvement I've had with this case, I've had to rely on my very competent paralegal, Ingrid Watford, to pull these things down. So I have not gone through each one yesterday.
And I have no objection to its admission, and I certainly don't anticipate UCA has a problem, but just it's important to verify. So thank you.
And finally, I'd like to pull down, well, going back, well, actually I won't. I'm going to skip this because then I'm going to give this to Ms. Jones. I had some questions on the one, so we'll skip that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dixon, there's a confidential version as well.
Yes, but,
Really?
and we put that in our box. I just don't want to pull it up on the screen because then I got to go into a confidential session.
Right, but no one's mentioned that, so I just want to make sure that that's also admitted.
Yes, please. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I had intended for that to be the case.
And if we could wait to bring that over to the public box until we can verify the version, that would help, I think, the process.
Again, I have no objection to that. I know that you'll figure out whether that's an issue.
I'm sorry, I missed the other exhibit that you were just talking about.
We were talking about 308C and 308 public.
No,
Am I
I'm
right?
sorry, the one that you wanted me to pull up next.
Oh, hang on just a minute. This one I want to talk is hearing exhibit 306, and there is a confidential version, but I don't want to pull up the confidential version at this point. Let's just pull up. And again, if you want to take a look to just review this.
Can you scroll back up, please?
And this should be the public version.
Okay.
Okay. Is this information still accurate?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, it is.
All right, and you were the sponsor of this, right?
Mhm.
I'm going to move to admit then here in exhibit 306 and 306C, but not display 306C.
Ms. Brahma,
No objection.
so moved.
And just to give Mr. Gardner a fair shot, is there anything in 306C, the confidential version, you want to discuss? I don't want to not show it, and then you had everything you needed was in it.
Not off the top of my head, but
Okay.
we'll navigate through your questions and go from there.
And again, Ms. Brahma, if something later comes up because we didn't show the confidential version and we got out of it, didn't go into a confidential session, I would not object if that became necessary. Again, assuming the commission approved it. What do you consider to be lean prone materials?
So are you referencing
The Pipes Act, Distribution Integrity Management Plan or Transmission Integrity Management Plan? There are references throughout those I'll represent referring to leak-prone materials. Do you have a definition of that, or you're aware of a definition provided by the Pipeline Hazardous Material
I'm
Administration?
not aware of PHMSA having a specific definition for leak prone. I'm familiar with the term, but I'm not aware of a specific definition for it.
And you do use, though, the reference to leak-prone activity in your testimony, and that is, again, if you want to look at it, but it's in here in Exhibit 117 at page 17, line 9. If you want me to have that pulled up, I'll be happy to.
Sure, it's helpful just so that I have the. Okay.
And so you don't have a specific definition when you use that term?
Not off the top of my head. I mean, I think it's generally referring to pipe, I mean, as the word implies, that is more prone to leakage than others. And I think it's commonly interchanged with something like problematic pipe. And so for our purposes, we think of, you know, vintage steels, we think of cast iron, we think of bare steel. There's a wide variety of different pipe types that we would consider leak prone or problematic. So, but not, I will say though, that not all problematic pipe types necessarily have to be the most leak prone. They can be problematic for a wide variety of reasons. So.
And you would agree with me, the company has no longer any cast iron pipe in its system. That was removed by under the public safety, whatever it is, integrity adjustment clause, correct?
Correct. The company did successfully remove all known cast iron from its system as part of the PSIA rider.
And going back to when all this was originated, that was the primary job, the first job for gas utilities to do was get rid of cast iron. Am I correct?
I think that's a very specific thing, but I think when you look at the objective of DENT plans, it was really it wasn't just specific to cast iron. And I think when you look at the PSIA, it was also not just specific to cast iron. So the PSIA specifically, if you're talking about the Accelerated Main Replacement Program, also known as AMRP, which I believe you're familiar with, based on your comment earlier about being involved in PSIA. I think that
let me cut you off just a minute because I'm not trying to cut you off to stop you from talking about it. You can, but I'm referring to what PHMSA required in the March 11th order that was issued by the pipeline, the DOT, Department of Transportation, PHMSA. The lead issue was cast iron pipe. There were about 5 or 6 other areas, but that was the primary beginning one.
Are you talking about the Pipes Act of 2011 or which?
No, I'm talking about after the San Bruno explosion on March 11, the head of the PHMSA issued a letter that all gas utilities received, and which was discussed exclusively in the PSIA about what had to be replaced and a sense of the urgency for what needed to be replaced. And if you don't remember that or know that, fine, you can just say that.
Are you referring to, I mean, I'm familiar with PHMSA advisory bulletins. I'm familiar with the Pipes Act. I'm intimately familiar with the San Bruno rupture. I'm not, without an actual reference, I don't know which communication you're actually referring to, because there was PHMSA provided a lot of communication in that time period. So without knowing exactly which one you're talking to, I can't say that it specifically targeted cast iron.
Okay.
There was multiple incidents. I mean, 2011, I mean, we had San Bruno, but then we also had the Allentown, Pennsylvania incident that was specifically a cast iron rupture.
Right. I know about those, but we're not doing anything with those in this case. Let me, again, if we can kind of move on, we'll get out of here. The next thing is the company has all of the steel pipe the company has is coated. Am I not correct?
We do have a small amount of bare steel remaining, but we've gotten the majority of bare steel out.
Do you know if that small amount is reflected in the reports you provide to PHMSA every March?
It is reflected in those, yes.
All right. The attachment, this confidential attachment, just generally talked about types of leaks and examples, correct? To this hearing exhibit 306. I don't want to get into the details, just generally what it was about.
Okay.
Is that your understanding?
I'll take your premise, yeah.
Yeah. And would you agree to me that probably the most preventable and major leaks were excavation damages and incorrect operations?
I don't think I'd take your premise there of being the most preventable.
Okay. Would you say they were the most major failures?
I don't think I would go with that either. I mean, you're asking me information about things that aren't in front of me, so it makes it awfully tough.
It's okay, they're in evidence. I was just trying to get some generalities from it without going into the confidential nature. And let's pull up hearing exhibit 307. And this does not have a confidential version. And I would ask is the attachment here, hopefully Ingrid attached it to this, not, if it's not, no, there we go, good. I don't know if you can see it. We need to probably blow it up a little bit. I can't see it. And this just provides information about leaks. I'm not going to walk through it. Am I correct? More detailed information in response to the questions.
It does provide more detailed information about leaks in response to that question.
Okay. And move for admission of a hearing exhibit 307, including its attachment.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
We talked a little area about the explosive and the gas and the damage it can cause. In your testimony dealing with maximum allowable operating pressure, you are required under the new rule to review these various pipes for maximum allowable operating pressure that do not have traceable, verifiable, and complete records. Am I correct? Oh, by the way, and you can pull this down. I'm sorry, he doesn't need to have that. I'll repeat that. You are you're required to do MAOP on those transmission lines for which you do not have traceable, verifiable, and complete records. Am I correct?
That is accurate. However, there's more to it because it's specific to based on class location, high consequence, moderate consequence area, et cetera. So there's more. The devil's in the details, but high level, you're at.
I tell my witness never say that because the first thing that's going to be asked is what are the details. I'm not going to do that to you. But let me go one step further. I agree with you. There are more criteria. What is the company standard for determining whether a record is traceable?
So we have a company standard for traceable, verifiable, and complete. I don't have it committed to memory, unfortunately. And PHMSA also has a definition of that. So if you like, I would encourage you to go back to those PHMSA documents that talk through exactly what that definition is.
Well, we also have identified Mr. Purcell and Mr. May, who will discuss MAOP issues. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Would it be possible to request that they have that information available and maybe I deal with it with them?
that
I'll leave that to Ms. Brahma.
So
Okay.
I was just going to interject briefly with no concern about talking to one of the other witnesses who talk about MAOP, but to the extent council is asking them to commit to memory TVC regulations, that's a slightly different issue. And so we'll just have to see what those questions are when they're raised.
Well, yeah, I just want to make sure I'm talking about T and it came up B. It's TVC, like Victor, right? So what I'm suggesting is in anticipating, I'm about to close with Mr. Gardner. So in anticipation of raising this issue later, it would be helpful if I will be asking the same type of question. I just thought perhaps Mr. Purcell or Mr. May could address those issues. We'll provide that.
Is just, are you asking them to look at certain documents, or are you asking them just if they're available to answer questions about MAOP and TVC?
If they can answer questions, that's fine. If they want to refer to documents, I want them to bring them, if they're going to use that as a basis. That's all I'm making an opportunity for them to bring it in for their benefit. And we can talk about it offline.
That might be best.
It's not tricky. Does the company have had the same issue of records that are not traceable, verifiable, or complete in other areas other than transmission maximum allowable operating percentages?
I think what you're asking is to apply a PHMSA standard that is written specifically for gas transmission pipelines to other areas of our business, and I can't really speak to that.
Yes.
But so I can't really answer that because that definition is very specific. It is specific to gas transmission piping. PHMSA has explicitly stated that.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Gardner. That's all the questions I have. I believe I've offered all of my exhibits into evidence that I cited to. Am I correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Brahma, redirect, and then I think we'll call it a day.
Okay, thank you, Chair Blank. I'd like to just go back to some questions, Mr. Gardner, that were asked of you, both at the beginning a little bit and at the end of your cross-examination. So specifically talking about excavator damage issues. Do you recall that discussion with both counsel for the city of Denver and with counsel for UCA?
I do.
So when this topic initially came up with Denver's counsel, the discussion was in the context of risk ranking and the company's risk ranking process. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So to what extent does the company's risk ranking process take into account the potential or impact excavator strikes to pipeline or gas infrastructure?
The company's, specifically the gas, well, both, but the company's gas distribution integrity management risk model does consider excavation damage. And so one of the important things when we think about excavation damage is how resistant a pipe is to excavation damage. So it's not hard to imagine that if you hit a steel pipe with a shovel, that the damage to it is going to be much less than it is if it's for example, a brittle PVC piece of pipe. So that excavation damage and the risk of an actual leak due to excavation damage and the severity of the leak is going to be very dependent on the actual pipe material.
And could you maybe just clarify a little bit about how the consideration of the potential for excavation damage works within the other components of the risk ranking?
So when we evaluate the actual threat of excavation damage, and we evaluate the risk to an asset, we look at that it affects the actual risk score of the asset, which then impacts whether or not it's selected for replacement.
And you mentioned that higher risk pipe, the potential risks of damage to public safety, public property might be greater for certain types of pipe than others in the event of excavator damage. Can you give some examples of what you mean by that?
Yeah, absolutely. A great example is the one I just gave about PVC. So if we have a PVC pipe segment where you have a very brittle plastic that then when you have excavator damage to that or a excavator that's really working in the vicinity of that, then the likelihood of having what we refer to as a full guillotine break and a very hazardous leak with blowing gas is much more likely than it is when you have, say, a steel pipeline. So a steel pipeline would expect to receive damage, but a PVC pipeline, very likely that they're going to completely break that asset. And then the repair for that asset is going to be much more extensive as well, because you're going to have to dig further back, because it generally doesn't just crack the spot where they hit it, but it cracks further back down the pipe as well. So it's the number one thing that our frontline employees complain to me about is that the PVC is very challenging to deal with when we have excavation damage related leaks, or really any leaks for that matter.
And in addition to the potential repair considerations that you identified, can you describe the greater risk to public safety or public property of damage to a pipe like PVC versus a less problematic pipe type?
Yeah, so I mentioned the example of steel, where if you hit a steel pipe, your likelihood of completely breaking the pipe is much less, and so you would expect to see a much smaller leak. So Mr. Dixon talked a little bit about the different grades of leaks and how hazardous they are, but a steel pipeline, you'd expect a very small leak that could then be quickly repaired, versus with PVC, if you have a leak, really any leak, but very specifically an excavation damage leak, they can literally guillotine break that, and you can have a large quantity of gas escaping all at once. which presents a much more hazardous situation to the public and a much higher risk of ignition.
And is that the kind of thing that we saw with San Bruno that the counsel for UCA brought up several times in his cross-examination?
So San Bruno was a large volume of gas. I would hazard to say, I mean, San Bruno was indeed a gas transmission pipeline versus with PVC, we're talking about a gas distribution, but to the extent that we're talking a large volume of gas versus a small volume of gas, that's absolutely a fair comparison.
Thank you. Now, along these same lines, counsel for UCA also asked about if you have a specific definition of leak prone. And said, I think that PHMSA does not have a specific definition, but you listed several types of pipe that are generally considered to be problematic or including leak prone. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, that is a fair characterization.
And so to what extent are other types of pipe besides cast iron leak prone?
So there's absolutely cast iron, bare steel, a lot of vintage steels, and the things that we run into are those with mechanical couplings, and that's something that PHMSA has cited as well as brittle plastics. So brittle plastics can include what's referred to as aldelay, is a specific resin of aldelay that's present in gas distribution systems, as well as products like PVC, that it's, as the name implies, it's a brittle plastic. Which is why PHMSA has issued those advisory bulletins. And sometimes those advisory bulletins are related to a quantity of leaks, and sometimes it's tied more to the hazard associated with said leak. And so that's why it's really important that we look at more than just a leak rate when we decide which assets are high risk. But we have to consider multiple things.
And you were also asked by counsel for UCA about whether I think you used the word original PHMSA after San Bruno was specific to cast iron. Is that the only guiding PHMSA requirement or bulletin or rule that exists that directs the company with respect to DIM or TIM investments and safety issues?
Yeah, absolutely not. I think, and what I was really trying to get to with Mr. Dixon there was the idea that, PHMSA issues many advisory bulletins. And so it's, important to consider what those are, but there's PHMSA regulation tied to, I mentioned the 1970 rulemaking, and there's also the 2002 for subpart O of gas transmission. We moved to subpart P, which was 2009 for distribution. And then there was really kind of a lull in regulation where industry as a whole was trying to figure out how to solve this MAOP reconfirmation puzzle and what regulation should look like. And myself and many others in our industry were involved in working on some of the development of that rulemaking that was then turned into the gas transmission mega rule that I think many of us have heard about, with part 1 being published in 2019. But in between the time that we had the subpart P published for gas distribution, as well as that 2019 rulemaking, there were multiple PHMSA advisory bulletins, as well as the Pipes Act that was published, as well as NTSB recommendations coming out of the San Bruno incident. There's a lot of different regulations or a lot of different notifications that came from PHMSA, and there's continued to be. I mean, the advisory bulletins, for example, I think it was 2022, we got another advisory bulletin about geohazards, and that the company needs to consider the risk of geohazards and looking at its gas transmission and gas distribution pipeline.
And is all of that factoring into the company's system safety and integrity investments that are discussed throughout the GIP?
Yes, those are.
Mr. Dixon also asked about the obligation to, quote, know your assets, a common PHMSA phrase, but is that fair?
Yes.
Is that something that happens over the short term, or that any utility is expected to satisfy sort of by a set deadline?
No, and it's a continuous learning environment, and the expectation is that you continue to learn more and more about your assets. I mentioned, at one point today that there was a worm that's eating plastic pipelines in the southern part of the United States, and that's something that's new, not something I had on my card as something I would imagine being a problem for our assets, but here we are. So the idea of knowing your assets is something that we are expected to continue to learn, always be seeking to learn more.
Just one other question on this particular topic on risk ranking and risk in general. Council for Conservation Advocates had a discussion with you about your testimony vis-a-vis Ms. Pickling's testimony about the need to use engineering judgment in undertaking risk ranking. To what extent is it your understanding from that discussion that you and witness Pickling both seem to agree that there's a need for engineering judgment in risk ranking for gas infrastructure?
I think that's exactly right, that we both agree that there is a very important role in engineering judgment, and I would say subject matter expert judgment. I mean, I mentioned with PVC that, it's really the number one thing that our frontline operators come and communicate to me about, because their comment to me is always that it's not that it leaks more than any other pipe type, it's that it's the one that concerns them the most when it comes to making repairs on the system.
Okay, I'd like to ask you a few questions, Mr. Gardner, about alternatives to system safety investment and pipe renewal. Going back again to Conservation Advocates conversation with you about Appendix 18C, you discussed there that Appendix 18C to the GIP only identifies directly connected customers. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And to what extent does 18C include or provide information about downstream customers that might be fed by a particular pipeline segment?
It does not. So if a pipeline segment is showing an 18C with five services, that may be 5 services directly connected to that piece of pipe, but it doesn't consider the number of customers that may be fed further downstream from that particular pipeline segment.
So is 18C intended to be a document that one could use to determine the feasibility of an NPA for pipe segments?
No, it is not.
So you started when you talked with Council for Conservation Advocates to talk about the fact that there are 3 broad considerations for whether an NPA is likely to be successful. And I believe you got through 2 of them. And I wonder if you could just make sure that we complete that conversation briefly.
Yes. So first one is really that an NPA has to equivalently remove the risk that the pipeline project was intended to remove. So for a capacity project, it's a capacity constraint, but for a safety project, it has to completely, equivalently remove that safety risk. And that's a really important aspect. The second would be that achievable potential, which is for my conversation is really tied to that volume of customers and can you actually successfully execute the NPA? If we're talking about a small number of customers, then it's much more likely that NPA is going to be successful. And then thirdly is looking at that cost effectiveness of that NPA.
And when you say cost effectiveness of the NPA, does that include the cost of undertaking the NPA analysis or just the NPA implementation?
Both. It's really looking at what does it actually cost to do this NPA versus the cost of the pipeline infrastructure project. And Witness Jones talks about this a lot, but when we think about the cost of the NPA, what we're really looking at is, for a great example is if we have a NPA that just reduces the diameter of the pipe that we're putting in the ground, it's very commonly not cost effective because a change in the pipeline diameter is relatively speaking, a very small cost delta, thus making the NPA infeasible because it's not cost effective.
Thank you. And I know we're starting to get into Ms. Jones' territory, but appreciate your perspective from the operational standpoint. You were asked some questions from staff regarding the maturity of a cost estimate for various projects. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you were asked also about the Mountain Energy project and that was a Class 5 estimate as well. Is that correct?
I was asked that, yes.
Do you know, Mr. Gardner, if this is not the right question for you, it's fine, but do you know At the time the company brought the CPCN for the Mountain Energy Project, did the company have land procured at that time?
No, it did not.
If you had done a more detailed, if the company had done a more detailed cost estimate for the Mountain Energy Project before bringing the CPCN, do you know what effect that would have had if it made the wrong assumption about its land?
It would have, generally, if the requirement was to do a much more precise cost estimate, it would have very much so delayed bringing forward the Mountain Energy Project, because acquiring the land took much longer. And so we'd be facing a situation where we'd be, I mean, potentially a year later before we're actually bringing forward the actual project. And then at that point, the challenge is the project becomes so developed that it becomes a lot of rework and unnecessary cost if there's any desire to shape or change the scope of that project.
And in the Mountain Energy Project, did the settlement, do you know, in fact, affect the scope of the project?
I believe it did.
I think this should be very quick. I know you, in your engineering background, you like to be very precise at what you're looking at before you give an answer to a question. And I believe Commissioner Gilman asked you a question about the number of routines and particularly service routines, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
If we bring up the GIP itself, would be Hearing Exhibit 101, Attachment JJP1, Rev 4. And we'd be going to page 96. If we could just scroll down a little bit to other safety routines, I think this might have some of the information that was posted there. There we go, on lines 32 through 37. Do you see the information there about the number of gas service renewals?
Yeah, the service renewal routine would be 4,800 projects in 24 alone. So, and we would expect that to stay, relatively speaking, consistent year over year. So at least in the same order of magnitude.
Okay, thank you. You also discussed with the commissioners your knowledge that you gain year over year that may affect your risk ranking of safety projects. Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
And you also talked a little bit just a minute ago about how PHMSA regulations emerge over time. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
And are there examples in the GIP of where emerging PHMSA regulations are specifically driving additional cost investments the company is proposing to make in 2026, 27 in the GIP?
Yes, there's multiple places, and very specifically as it ties to that MAOP related work, that is driven specifically by PHMSA regulation.
And to what extent is the PVC work also driven by PHMSA regulation?
So that's driven by the PHMSA regulation around subpart P, specifically gas distribution integrity management, of addressing those threats on the assets. It's also driven by, I've mentioned that PHMSA advisory bulletins are out there, and those PHMSA advisory bulletins, there's multiple advisory bulletins that direct operators to take actions to address brittle plastics, and those specifically those earlier vintage early plastics such as PVC. So the advisory bulletins don't necessarily reference every single brittle plastic that exists, but they do reference brittle plastic, and so that drives a lot of our initiatives to remove PVC from the system. And they have for a long time. PVC's been part of the PSIA and part of that accelerated main replacement program since the inception of the PSIA. So,
and to what extent does the company have an opportunity, if any, to choose not to do work advised by PHMSA bulletin?
I mean, I think an action to not do that would be at best irresponsible and result in fines, and at worst, put the people of Colorado at risk. I think Mr. Piquet put it very well in saying that, it's important to remember that the product that we transport it's a flammable product, and our obligation is that we transport a flammable product to people's doorsteps. And so it's imperative that we take safety extremely seriously. And, any reduction in safety spend, frankly, represents an acceptance of risk. And so I think that's something that's really important for us as a company and for the commission to remember.
Lastly, Mr. Gardner, you were asked by UCA counsel some questions about whether the company has pipeline abandonment formal policy. Do you recall that?
I do.
Does the company have situations where it does abandon pipeline on its system?
Yes, we do.
And could you describe that, please? Give us some examples.
Yeah, a great example that we've talked about actually a fair amount today is when we replace a main and the existing main, after we install the new main and tie over the services, the old main is then retired or abandoned. And that happens with safety work. It happens when we do relocations. It's something that happens very routinely on our system, both services, mains, and gas transmission pipelines as well.
Could I ask that we bring up hearing exhibit 125 from Public Service Company's box? We're going to be done in about 2 minutes, Mr. Gardner, and for everyone else too. All right, I'm showing you, Mr. Gardner, what's been identified and pre-marked as hearing exhibit 125. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it, please?
So this is a discovery response to a question from UCA.
And you sponsored this?
Yes,
Go ahead, Mr. Gardner. We spoke over each other.
Oh, I said, yes, I do sponsor this one.
And does this address the company's current situation with, or some examples of situations where the company does abandon pipelines because enough customers leave the system?
Yes, it does. So as the response states that we abandoned service lines back to the main when a customer is no longer using gas service. So if a customer chooses to electrify, that we abandon that service line back to the main. And the company's actively working on an electrification project with the Pearl Street Mall that will allow abandonment of the associated gas infrastructure at that location. So it also goes on to talk about the same situation that I talked to with Mr. Dixon about, that, the company's approach to abandonment is that when there are no longer customers fed by a segment of pipe, that allows us to abandon said piece of pipe.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. I'd like to move admission of hearing exhibit 125.
Any objections? Hearing none, so moved. Any final issues before the end of the day?
Well, we do have one. We are done with Mr. Gardner, so we can let him go. We do have one scheduling issue.
Maybe excuse Mr. Gardner. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Brahma.
It turns Mr. Goodenough is involved in multiple proceedings that are overlapping, and it turns out that he is not going to be available to testify on Tuesday, January 20th. I think we have some other witnesses that did need to testify on the 20th, perhaps for other parties, not ours, but for other parties. So we might need to just take that up for a moment so we kind of know our order of operations on Tuesday, if that's okay.
Yeah, why don't we just keep going down the Excel witness list, and who do you recall who needs to go on Tuesday?
I thought Mr. Hay did for CEO.
I think he just needs to he's just not available Thursday and Friday, but he is available Wednesday.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll take that up maybe first thing Tuesday, and see if we need to get anybody in. Maybe at lunch on Tuesday, we'll see if we need to get anybody in.
Miss Brahma, I was just going to let you know too. I have a bit of a scheduling conflict Wednesday afternoon. So I do intend to question Ms. Jones and Mr. Goodenough. So to the extent we need to do just a slight juggling, maybe have them back a little. It's more like the early part of the Wednesday afternoon. So I just wanted to notify you of that. I don't think either of them have a scheduling conflict Wednesday, but I just might ask for a little flexibility on Wednesday to make sure I get a chance to question both.
Commissioner Gilman, do you have a specific time you need?
From 1:30 to 3 is when I'll have a challenge. So I mean, I'll be there at 1. We'll be able to see what's going to happen. It's just if my turn would have come up during that time frame, I would just ask if I could go after 3, even if that witness is otherwise done.
Of course, and that's on Wednesday, you said, I think.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else before we break for the day, Ms. Dundas?
Thanks, Chair. Just a reminder that on Tuesday we'll also have the public comment hearing at night, so we'll have to hop off at probably 4:30 to accommodate getting the Zoom set up.
Okay.
And just a reminder to the parties that the public comment hearing is happening.
We're making good progress. I think we're a third of the way through the cross. So, Mr. Dixon.
Once again, I want to thank everybody for allowing me the accommodations that you gave me, and I apologize for not wearing necessarily professional attire today.
I think this weekend that is viewed as acceptable attire. With that, anybody else? All right. Everybody have a good weekend, and we'll see everyone Tuesday. Thanks all.
Thank you.